This leaked messages show women teaching younger sister how to get an NFL or NBA level athlete while in college. Listen to what she say. Her little sister says, I want a football player, NFL, preferably a tall chocolate one. Like you did, I want your life. That's easy, but you have to play your cards right. You can't be an emotional little girl. Teach me. Number one, he's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. Two, dealing with cheating, don't look for it. Girls will throw themselves at him and some will succeed. It is just a fling. Let it go. But don't let him get emotionally attached to one of them. P.S. He always be attracted.
Actually, let me restart that. So I was about to get 2 minutes. We was actually running. Shout out to Mahoko. Thank you. Thank you. Much love, respect, and appreciation for letting me know that the mic was muted. I didn't actually add myself directly up there. But yeah, so much love. So let me just do the restart. Much love to Mahoko and M. Hampton. Much love, respect, and appreciation. So what we actually have at this moment in time is a conversation that was, I guess you could say, leaked online, where two white women are having a conversation on how to basically get or net a black athlete, right? And within also having that, you have some other women online that directly wanted to state that, hey, black women stand down. This is not our fight. And in my mind, I was thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't think anybody specifically said that they were looking for, black women to, come in, save the day, I guess what people would like to say, or to put on a super suit or whatnot or whatever, right? So we're going to take a listen directly at this, and also several other videos that are directly up there along with the list as well.
Leaked messages show women teaching younger sister how to get an NFL or NBA level athlete while in college. Listen to what she say. Her little sister says, I want a football player, NFL, preferably a tall chocolate one. Like you did, I want your life. That's easy, but you have to play your cards right. You can't be an emotional little girl. Teach me. Number one, he's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. Two, dealing with cheating, don't look for it. Girls will throw themselves at him and some will succeed. It is just a fling. Let it go. But don't let him get emotionally attached to one of them. P.S. He always be attracted to black girls. Activate the shenane in her by picking at her and let him see it. He'll ditch her real quick. LOL. Wow. If she's like us, it'll be harder because more than likely she's playing to win him too. Make him choose. 3, be an asset to him. Fold his clothes, buy and bring him his food. Do his homework. Completely integrate yourself in his life where he can't function without you. 4, don't embarrass him. Don't cheat. Don't text other men. His cute friends and teammates will try you. Ignore it. Just in case the relationship goes south, another athlete will see you as gold. 5, go completely wild on him in bed. Use throat spray. Do any and everything. Be spontaneous. Make it go down anytime, anywhere. Number 6, his mom, Lexi. Do not tell his mom any personal information, especially something negative. She will tell his entire family and he'll blame you. Just smile, wave, and be quiet. 7, always look good, appealing, hair and face always has to be done. Push for marriage or at least to have multiple kids and you got them. In 2 years on draft day, you'll be a millionaire. All your friends will work hard in school to literally never live the life you live. It's so sweet and rewarding. Lex, I'm in Cancun right now. Boom. She just gave the game. You don't need to go to no other podcast or nothing, women. This is the game right here. Because even though her heart might not be in it, but she's still not cheating. She's still saying, dude, she laid everything out. Everything out that men look for and just hope, you know what I'm saying? And you see what she said with black women. When the black women complain about the black athletes always choosing a white woman, you see how easy she said it is to get rid of y'all. Like, all you got to do is activate the shenane in them. That was crazy. Like, it's that simple. And they'll ditch them. Like, wow.
Yeah, that is crazy. That is 1,000% crazy. Let's look at this again. Rule number 1 is foundation to lure an athlete with a pick me mindset. He's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. I mean, realistically, that is true. The athlete is probably worth, 10, 15, 20, 30 million dollars. It's like, yeah, at that point in time, you can't, the woman is coming in broke. essentially. You can't really do anything. You're not adding, nothing directly up in there, right? So number 2, it says dealing with cheating. Don't look for it. If it's just a fling, let it go. He's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. Mm. Well, basically, she said is like, hey, he is an athlete. There's going to be a lot of girls, directly after him, trying to send him pictures, messages, trying to, get his attention. If you want to look for something, you will find it. So your best bet is, if you really want the end of the pot, the gold pot at the end of the road, your best bet is to not go looking for it, right? Number 3, completely integrate yourself in his life to where he can't function without you. I want y'all to understand that this is when she stated that, I thought about Star Trek, and I thought about the Borg. If anybody's a Star Trek fan, a Trekkie, the Borg, pretty much they integrate, right? You don't become the Borg, they become you, right? They take over you, and now it's pretty much a hive mind. That's actually pretty smart. You're going to, figure out what areas that you need to go directly into, so that you can facilitate the things where it's like, hey, you actually need me. This is what I'm good for. I can sit up there and manage this over here. I can maybe talk to, some managers. I can look at some scouts. I can read some contracts. I can do this. I can do that, right? While he's off doing his workout, he's recouping, his muscles. He's doing, his training. He's playing games here and there and all the other type of good stuff, right? Rule number 4, don't embarrass him. Don't cheat, and don't text other men. Now, the crazy part is, I would think the number 4 would actually be common sense. Don't embarrass the guy that you're with. I would think that would actually be common sense, but I guess it's not. I would think that don't cheat would actually be common sense, but I guess it's not. And don't text other men. I would think, again, that this would actually be common sense, but I guess it's not, right? So rule number 5, go completely wild on him in the bedroom. I mean, I thought that's what people normally do. I guess not, right? I guess it's only for the select few, right? Number 6, don't tell his mom any personal information. Diabolical. It's crazy. I mean, well, technically, it does make sense, because if she does say something, then it will just so happen to get directly back to, the son, right? The person that she's with. And number 7, always look good and appealing. I mean, I thought like usually, well, you know what? I'm not going to say that that's a normal, type of thing, because when you look at society, the main times that you'll see a lot of women get like dressed up to the nine. If a woman is going to a concert during the weekend, 3 days during that weekend, a woman is getting dressed to the nine to go to that concert to see that male artist. She could be in a nosebleed section. That artist might not even see her, know she even exists, but she's making sure to come dressed up for that artist. Right. So I guess technically within that wouldn't actually be a common thing. You wouldn't happen to have a person, dressing to the nine every single day when they're, with you. That would only be for the special few. Right. And then we also had the other part where, let me see if I can pull this back, right? Number 7, look good and appealing. Hair and face always has to be done. Next, underneath number 7, it said push for marriage, or at least to have multiple kids, and you got him. It said in 2 years on draft day, you'll be a millionaire, and all your friends will work hard in school to literally never live the life that you have, right? And it's like, to me, this is actually pretty interesting. And the main thing that I look at, I'm like, okay, so what would actually be the reverse, right? So obviously, it doesn't matter if it's about love or money or both. I'm looking at the fact that somebody has a plan, and obviously this plan has been working. Since you didn't have, black men being athletes, they didn't have this plan for 100 years. Literally, like, I kid you not. What was it, Jack Johnson? He had a white girl directly on his arm. So yeah, they've been running this plan, and they made sure that this plan would work. 100+ years strong, right? So I'm trying to figure out in the reverse, what would the plan actually be? Because I've seen divestors, and I'm talking about those who specifically loathe, dislike, don't want black men to exist. I'm talking about those types. I've seen them write books specifically towards black women, telling them how to obtain a white man or a high valued white man, right? So we got the two different sides, right? But when it deals with this, I'm like, so what would be the part where you would have black women out here basically stating how it is that they would obtain a black athlete? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I know that just being black is not, that just should not be the thing. That just should not be the thing at all. Because normally what people like to say when you want to go to a job interview, you dress to impress. You don't just automatically assume just because you're there, you automatically made the cut and you got the job. That even goes with sports athletes. Just because you came there doesn't mean that you're going to make the team. You actually got to go through multiple tryouts. You got to go through training. You got to run a whole bunch of plays, and you got to have scouts and coaches and everything else like that look directly at you. You got to fight through the pack in order to be the top 5 that's going to get picked. So, I'm just trying to figure out what would be the reverse, because I haven't really seen or heard it. Because the main thing that I've noticed is that whenever draft day comes, the main time that a lot of women happen to know about sports is when those young black athletes pull up and they got somebody white, Asian, or Latino directly on their arm. And now those are the sports stars that they know the names of. But when it deals with the black male athletes who got a black woman on their arm that's married with kids or boyfriend or girlfriend, however it is, but it's a black woman, they don't know who those guys are. The names don't even register. The only one that people can really name right now is Russell Wilson, dealing with football at least. They people can at least give you that Russell Wilson. That's because of Sierra, right? But if Sierra wasn't in the picture and it was some other black woman that's not famous, don't have no celebrity about her, she's not even on social media, people wouldn't even be able to tell you nothing. So it's like I'm just trying to figure something out. Just trying to figure something out. And like what was it? Kano said up top. Shout out to Kano. What is up? He said men aren't complaining and they like being fetishized like that. I mean, that's true. That is a very true statement. That's the difference between men and women. Women will complain about people just looking at them and just wanting to be with them just because. Men are like, hey, I've worked this hard to get this attention. This is what I worked. This is part of the reason I worked so hard, because I wanted this attention. I wanted to be in the spotlight so women will come chase me down, because I'm tired of chasing. I didn't set up there and did all the hard work. I did all of the labor. I didn't work all of the hours. I didn't put my body through the most intensive training so I can get to the peak point where women can see me, and now they're trying to chase me down. So yeah, men aren't really complaining about this. Like I said, a lot of men know exactly what it is. They're just enjoying the fact that women are actually seeing them finally, and women are coming down to chase them. Right. What is up, Gail? What is up? What is up? Shout out to Mahoko. What is up? What is up? What is up? You said so basically told her how to win in the dark zone. Keep quiet, don't give out details, then cut the bag from the helicopter and leave. Yep. 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 Yo, Hero for Hire. What is up? What is up? What is up? You said pathetic and true 100%. You said Terry McMillan is the author. Wait, is that the book that you were boy, I think didn't I cover it? Wait, let me see. Terry McMillan. Dun, 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 dun. Crazy part is I'm looking at the whole thing of because you had listed like Terry McMillan, and I'm looking at all black everything at the moment. Unless it was a different what's the name? Or unless you were listening that for a different reference point. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Gail said, and the kicker is these black men don't mind. I mean, that's true. That's true. Yo, Dre, what is up? He says, sounds like a Willie Lynch instruction manual. Chris, what is up? You said they take in the wealth. I mean, they can't actually take it when something's, being given, right? That's exactly what it is. It's in a sense being given. They're giving those guys basically the attention and all of the things of which that they desire, and the trade-off of that is that those women get the money, right? Like I said, breeding directly through the playlist and everything that they listed. Let me see if I can go back to the other one. Let me see. The other key part that they had directly in there, the white woman basically like, hey, in order to and this is the funny part that I noticed when I was looking at women online in the comment section that they didn't actually spot. The white woman literally said that he will always want black women. So your main goal as a white woman is to make sure that you, in a sense, pick and prod and do what is necessary in order to set the black woman off, to have them acting, ratchet and all this other type of stuff, so that will deter him from looking at them and to give them attention and to put everything back on you. So the craziest part is, like I told people before, black men do want black women. The white woman literally said that in the text message to another white woman, saying that, hey, he'll always want them. So it's like, even if black men happen to say this, nobody listens. You got a white woman sitting up there divulging information and secrets on how to obtain a black athlete, and she's sitting up there telling the white woman like, hey, yeah, these black athletes, they always want black women, but you got to do what's needed in order to make sure to keep him right there next to you. Like I said, it's crazy work. Even with this, people still won't pay attention. People still won't listen. People still be like, black men don't sit up there and want and love black women and yada 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 and all the other type of stuff. Gail was like, have y'all noticed that the mixed kids don't look like Ish no more? Michael Higgins says, simple. Hero said, rule number 4 and 5 shows insanity. Yo, Fountain, what is up? What is up? What is up? Tebow said, honestly, none of these athletes or wealthy black men are doing anything in the betterment of the black community. Let these women take their wealth. See, the thing about that is, there are, because people don't happen to research and actually look at, any types of things. You do have black male athletes out there that give back directly to the community or kids or different things like that, or maybe they happen to start organizations or they give back in other ways, right? So you do have athletes that give back. It's just not known because they don't want it to be known. So for face value, people are going to look at the athletes and they're like, those athletes don't do nothing for the black community. But it's like, it's a double-edged sword. If the athletes do things in secret, people are like, well, you should let us know that you're actually doing stuff. But then when athletes actually tell people like, hey, this is what I do, this is where I put my money, and then people be like, well, if you really meant it from the heart and you was really trying to do it, you wouldn't have to sit up there and tell people that you were sitting up there doing it. If you got to inform us that you're doing it, then you really didn't do it from your heart. You just did it for the notoriety and this. Like it's like I said, it's a double-edged sword. And it only happens that way with black male athletes, or better yet, black American men with money. Only ones out here that get judged, either which way it goes. Like I said, it's a lose-lose situation. It don't matter what you do. You could be dead and have money, and people will still be sitting up there blame, right? Crazy work. M. Hampton said these steps are diabolical. I mean, yeah, they are. Chris said, isn't that manipulation? I mean, I guess you could say it's manipulation, but if people know what's specifically going on, you can't call it manipulation. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Because in a lot of instances, like you'll have, like, let's say if you got like a black Republican, you could easily sit up there and say that they're getting manipulated because they full 100% believe that woman that they're with just automatically loves them. And that the folks that don't look like them automatically love them. You can sit up there and say that there's a form of manipulation directly up in there because they're just far gone. With the black athletes, I put it into the exact same instance that I've stated with women before, where women want to be in reality, but they also want to be in a fantasy. You got the black athletes who want to be in a fantasy while also living in reality. The fantasy is the white girl that is basically there. You know, she's doing whatever it is that is asked or needed directly, you know, of her. On top of the quote unquote, you know, supporting his career and yada 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 and you know whatnot or whatever. But then the reality of the situation is that the dude more than likely knows that it's borrowed time, right? That if his money runs out, he gets injured or whatnot or whatever, he already knows that she's going to be going to the next athlete. The white woman specifically stated directly in the text message. It was like, hey, you know, whatnot or whatever, just, you know, always know, even though we're going to state that he is the prize, just always note if things do fall apart here, there's always another athlete that'll pick you up and take you, right? Let me see what else we got. Christopher said from the start. Yo, Bushido, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Gail said, I can vouch for that. Y'all always come back home. Yo, D Money, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Fountain said, Kevin Durant, the smartest athlete ever. He not getting caught up with no women. What was it? Hero said, Kevin got plan B surgeon. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. ACDC said, you can't make others happy. Kimberly Leaf said, stop stereotyping black people. I'm confused. What do you mean? I'm a little bit confused. You said you obviously don't understand relationships. Kimberly Leaf, what specifically do you mean? I need you to expound upon that for me real quick. What do you mean that I'm stereotyping black people and I obviously don't understand relationships? I'm a little bit confused. I'll give you some time to write because I know it's a little bit delayed. M. Hampton said, old saying, said, darned if you do, darned if you don't. That's facts. That's facts. ACDC said, it's funny how we only believe others are being manipulated. Hero said, vasectomies will make your hair fall out. Word? They do that? I didn't even know that. I might have to sit up there and look it up. That's crazy. Didn't know nothing about that. Was waiting for Kimberly Leaf to make a reply back. I know it's been a little bit of a minute. I really feel like some people just like roll up to the scene for a few seconds. They'll write two things and then they'll just like dip out. Some crazy work. Crazy work. TB said, and black men will look at this and still say that white women are better. This is clearly in your face, a gold digger doing everything she can to get a rich guy. I mean, it be like that though. Because you gotta, well, I would say you gotta look at it like this, Tippy, but you can't really look at it like this because you're not a guy. A lot of these guys, I put it to you like this, Tippy. A lot of the only thing that, and I'm going to put it as obvious as possible, I guess. The only athletes. Wait, what was it? Tippy says, Seji, I just got here. Can you rewind the video? I didn't see it. Of course, Tippy. So I got you, Tippy. We're gonna play it one more time, and hopefully I will remember my point after we play this again. I got you.
Leaked messages show women teaching younger sister how to get an NFL or NBA level athlete while in college. Listen to what she say. Her little sister says, I want a football player, NFL, preferably a tall chocolate one. Like you did, I want your life. That's easy, but you have to play your cards right. You can't be an emotional little girl. Teach me. Number one, he's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. 2, dealing with cheating, don't look for it. Girls will throw themselves at him and some will succeed. It is just a fling. Let it go. But don't let him get emotionally attached to one of them. P.S. He always be attracted to black girls. Activate the shenanigans in her by picking at her and let him see it. He'll ditch her real quick. LOL. Wow. If she's like us, it'll be harder because more than likely she's playing to win him too. Make him choose. 3, be an asset to him. Fold his clothes, buy and bring him his food. Do his homework, completely integrating yourself in his life where he can't function without you. 4, don't embarrass him. Don't cheat. Don't text other men. His cute friends and teammates will try you. Ignore it. Just in case the relationship goes south, another athlete will see you as gold. 5, go completely wild on him in bed. Use throat spray. Do any and everything. Be spontaneous. Make it go down anytime, anywhere. Number 6, his mom, Lexi. Do not tell his mom any personal information, especially something negative. She will tell his entire family and he'll blame you. Just smile, wave, and be quiet. 7, always look good, appealing, hair and face always has to be done. Push for marriage or at least to have multiple kids and you got them. In 2 years on draft day, you'll be a millionaire. All your friends will work hard in school to literally never live the life you live. It's so sweet and rewarding. Lex, I'm in Cancun right now. Boom. She just gave the game. You don't need to go to no other podcast or nothing, women. This is the game right here. Because even though her heart might not be in it, but she's still not cheating. She's still saying, dude, she laid everything out. Everything out that men look for and just hope, you know what I'm saying? And you see what she said with black women. When the black women complain about the black athletes always choosing a white woman, you see how easy she said it is to get rid of y'all. Like, all you got to do is activate the shenanay in them. That was crazy. Like, it's that simple. And they'll ditch them. Like, wow.
So there you go, Tippy. There you go. There you go. D-Money said, D-Money was like, man, I can't get that treatment up. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. Tippy said, don't cheat, but he can. This is stupid. Don't open your mouth or legs to a man who's not your husband. I'm sorry. I think that's crazy to me. No, I get it, Tippy, but you got to remember, those women, they have a goal. And the main thing that they normally sit up there, and if you happen to watch a lot of TikToks where women are talking about dealing with men who have money, there's going to be always other women there. That's what comes with the cost of being with guys who got money. Women are going to chase those dudes down. Like, if women know that the guy that you're with has $100 million, there's going to be women that are going to be consistently around. That magically women running into him going grocery shopping. He's walking the dog. Magically, a slew of women directly there. Traffic, whatnot. Somehow, some way, they're going to find out where this dude is, his itinerary, his location, what he likes to do every single. They are going to do research. They're going to become private eyes overnight. And they're going to be doing this in order to get you directly up out of that spot, because they feel that, you're not actually, useful for the spot. I could probably do better. And I need that money too. So yeah, that's what they're gonna do. That is what they are going to do, But now we're going to go directly into some of the videos, because funny enough, I didn't see fields of white women appearing on TikTok deciding to make videos directly about this. And I looked before I did this live stream. Trust me, I looked, did not find any at all. So let's get into some of these videos.
On threads of a white woman basically teaching other women how to bag a black football player, and everything stood out to me, just to throw that in. But something in particular that she said is about white women negging black women. And she basically said, whenever you're around him, you have to pick at or keep picking on black women to activate the shenanay in her, so that he can see that the white women are a better option, that she's a better option, and he don't want to go near black women, because he's always going to be attracted. Okay, he's always going to be attracted to her, but it's your job to neg black women. And it just makes me realize that even at corporate jobs, like, it don't matter where you go, whether it's a woman trying to date a football player at these corporate jobs, in these social groups, a lot of white women have this mindset where it's like, when you see a black woman, like, try to make her feel insecure, try to trigger her, try to, like, you have to bring that out of her, because I don't fucking know why. Like, I don't know. But I can say, even in my own life, I've been at different jobs where white women are actively trying to get a reaction out of me. Like, white women are actively saying things, doing things, and even mocking, the stereotypical black woman, just to get this reaction out of me. And it's like, y'all are really miserable.
Mm. Now, technically, I would have thought that everything would have just stayed directly on the athletes and everything, but it slowly but surely slid into a whole nother direction. I mean, she made a valid point about that. Black women being in corporate and how it is that those women can potentially do certain things to get them out of their spot. But I mean, when it deals with that, if we're to look at the situation, if black athletes lose their money to white women, who are we going to blame? Are we going to blame the white woman, or we're going to say it's the black athlete's fault? We're going to say it's the black athlete's fault. So if she's a black woman and she's stating that this is how white women move, if a white woman is working corporate with you and she pushes you or gets you off of your square, whose fault is that? Is it going to be the white one's fault, or is it going to be your fault? Because you know historically what it is, how it is that people sit up there and move in order to get you or to reposition you somewhere else. So it's like, how can you, in a sense, fall for that if you're in the exact same arena or area as that other woman? Like I said, you know what the game is. I don't know. I don't know. But let's go to the next one.
In bed, use throat spray, be spontaneous, and make it go down anytime, anywhere. Have you guys seen these messages? Just in case you haven't seen, there's these text messages circling around about a girl asking how her friend bagged a chocolate athlete, and frankly, I feel ill. I can say as a girl who was in the SEC for 4 years that this absolutely happens and that they fall for it every single time. We start off with he's the prize, which I'm not even gonna get into.
Now let me just pause it right there. Why do you have a problem with that woman saying that? They're saying everything in order to basically get into the mindset and to I guess in some instances people will sit up and say to feed into his ego, right? To feed into him, so that would mean that guy wants you more, right? Because you're feeding directly into that. It's the exact same thing where guys sit up there and say that women are the prize, and they sit up there and feed into this whole thing of like, I'm going to tell you a whole bunch of this and that and all this other types. The exact same thing, but because it's a woman basically saying something like that, now it's laughable. Now it's a funny type of thing. Now it's like, Lord have mercy. This is, like I said before, this is how you can tell who has a game plan and who does not. This is how you can clearly tell who has a game plan and who does not have one. Can't even just follow something simply. Even if you don't believe it, it don't even matter. You just sit up there and make the delusion, make the lie happen. If you want to be specifically with that guy, you just sit up there and make it happen. How many times have people sat up there and lied at a job interview? They don't know what the job is about. They don't even have the qualifications, but you know how to sit up there and talk and move around some questions to the point where you can actually get the job. Like I said, same thing, just saying.
Number 2 is expect to be cheated on and you cannot care. Just don't let them get emotionally attached to the side piece. I'm sorry, I'm burning something down if I get cheated on. Which brings me to the postscript of number 2. He'll always be attracted to black girls. Bring out that shenane in her by picking on her and let him see. Number 3 is completely integrate yourself in his life where he cannot live without you. Number 4 is don't embarrass him and don't cheat on him because other athletes will see that if the relationship goes south. This is basically to ensure that you can always get another. And lastly, go completely wild on him in bed. I feel like on the surface, a lot of people expected me to walk out of Alabama on the arm of an athlete, but in this day and age, with these men and these women and these strategies, I am frankly not willing to do that. I expected to go to college and fall in love and find my person and have them be 100% mine and me be 100% theirs. And I've always struggled with being a black girl in predominantly white spaces and asking myself why these people aren't choosing me.
Whoa. Let's just roll that back. You said you're a black girl in predominantly white spaces. So that sounds like you're going to a PWI. You could have now, unlike the black athletes who are getting like they're getting offers, right? You got people chasing them down because of what it is that they can do and bring to that college stadium. You, my friend, are not getting chased down like that. Nobody's trying to sit up there and talk about some sponsorships, endorsements, or nothing like that. You made the choice to go to a PWI. You could have went to an all-black college. All-black college. And now you're online sitting up here talking about like, yo, why aren't these people sitting up there, chasing me or whatnot or whatever? There's tons of black men. Well, if she's talking about black men, there's tons of black men directly up out there. But you opt to go directly into a space where there is few of you and there's more of somebody else going after the few black guys directly there who more than likely are about to go directly to the NFL or whatnot or whatever. Those women there have been sitting up there doing the chasing before you even registered who those guys even were. So they already made sure to solidify their spot. And that's the other thing I talked about before. It's like a lot of these white girls, they've been sitting up there chasing these dudes, well, some of them, probably even since high school. Before they were on the radar of any other woman out there, was like, I see potential. Even Dr. Umar, he talked about this before. He talked about how these white women out here, they got intent. Like if you were to talking about somebody that's like Craven the Hunter, well, if anybody saw Spider-Man, Craven the Hunter, somebody that goes out there and chases down and hunts, right? Those white women will sit up there and potential see, they will see the potential in these black athletes before they even get there, and they'll be like, yo, I want that one. And they'll do whatever they need to sit up there and do to sit up there and get to that black athlete. Now, you have somebody like her, right? She looks nice. Skin is great. Everything. She's not going to sit up there and see the potential directly in that athlete. She's overlooking, I promise you, she'd have more likely overlooked so many dudes who ended up being on some teams or whatnot or whatever. And now she's up here talking about some like, yo, why aren't these people, picking me or whatnot or whatever? I'm like, that sounds crazy. And it's like, that's the conversation that needs to be had where you have a lot of women that will overlook the potential, because there's been far too many conversations over the last 10 years where women are like, hey, I don't care about potential. I want to see a finalized result. I don't want to walk through or with somebody going to a journey or trying to make it to their destination. I want to meet somebody already at their destination. So you got the white woman out here that's willing to sit up there and walk, and you got other women out here that just want to meet somebody at the final point of the destination. They want everything when it's already finalized, where it's already built. They don't have to do anything in order to obtain it. It's already just there. It's crazy. It's diabolical.
But I get it now, because I'm not here to game you into a relationship. I'm not here to build a relationship off of manipulation. I know true love really does exist because of my parents, which happened to be a football player and a cheerleader, but they glanced at each other, they made a study group, and they fell in love, and now they're still together. And since I know that exists, I'm not willing to curate a relationship just to live a comfortable life, because I already live one. I would rather wait a lifetime to find a man that I fall in love with than just get someone because of their job or what they do or the amount of money that they make. Now, don't get me wrong, they have to match my energy, but this is crazy. Be careful out there. And it looks like I'm staying single for the foreseeable future.
Right? I just want to note that she could go to, let me put it to you like this, right? They have meetups for black people that are in STEM, right? Who are lawyers, like whatever you can consider a job or a high paying job, they have black meetups for professionals. So for her to just decide, be like, all right, I'm at this one space and it's pretty much all white, but it's only a few of us here, she automatically expects that, bam, all right, you're black, I'm black, we're the only ones here, we should automatically match up. That's not how life works. That's not how that goes. That's not how that goes. that is not how that goes. That's like me automatically going to a PWI college and I'm a brand new black student and I see black girls there and I automatically think like, okay, well, I'm a black dude there, so everything should pretty much be easy. Nah, it's not. Nope. Because they already been getting attention from a whole bunch of different guys. They probably didn't already been with a few white athletes already. And I'm just a brand new guy coming there. It's like, what do I really have to offer them? They didn't already basically saw the sights here. What do I actually have that's different from what those white guys have to offer them? So I'm just saying. I'm just trying to be realistic. Realistic. Tibby said, so that's how black men want it. A girl faking her feelings towards him to get his money. Basically, do they want black women to cook and clean, allow him to cheat? WTF. Now, the one thing about the thing that the white girl set up there and said that in a sense don't mind the cheating or whatever it is. That's how they basically go about situations. Again, this is not me sitting up there condoning cheating or anything of the sort. I'm not sitting up there doing that at all, nor am I sitting up there saying every single black athlete out here cheats. Again, that's the way that they decide to go about the situation. That's how that's their whole method directly to, the madness and everything of the sort. But no, that's not technically what black men want when it deals with the whole aspect of somebody trying to be predatorial and going after black men and stuff like that. Nah. Black men do want genuine feelings and everything of the sort and rah rah rah, right? But dealing with this instance when it deals with the athletes where you got these young dudes that are coming out of college, they're like 19, 18, 19, 20, 21. Again, you got to understand the fact that these guys, 9 times out of 10, they weren't getting no attention at all. I can promise you that. I don't understand why people automatically think that every single dude that plays sports is always getting attention. No. And especially if you're black, if you're a young black dude and you're around like your own people and whatnot, yeah, black girls ain't really trying to sit up there and look at you like that. They're looking directly at the most popular guys. You could potentially be on a team, but you ain't popular. You don't got fields of girls and women sitting up there chasing you down and all this other type of stuff. Everybody not screaming and hollering your name or trying to like get your jersey or trying to take pictures. Nah, they're not sitting up there looking for you. Can be on a team if you want to, but you're still an unknown. You're still considered a bum. Like I said, women are attracted to what other women are attracted to. So if women see this one guy getting chased by all these other women are also going to be interested in that guy because by proxy. You will never at this point ever in existence see women out here talking about like, yeah, I was sitting up there chasing down or I was a fan of a guy who ain't never got no woman. Women are not interested in men who don't get women. That's just a fact. That is a straight bar. Can't nobody tell me no different. There's tons of dudes out here that ain't getting no women, and there are women out here that are not giving those dudes no attention. Just saying. Let me see. Doctrine, what is up? You said they make the choice to lay with white women and transfer the generational wealth. Fountain said they went to a PWI for the LWC. Emma Hampton said, preach at Seji. Doctor said, also, why are you pushing for our young men to lay with the oppressor, who are the enemy sent to steal wealth? I'm a little bit confused. Who said that I was pushing for young black men? I'm just going to say in general. Who said that I was pushing for young black men to be with white women? Like, where specifically did you get that one from? Let me. I'll leave it up there so that you can reply. Let me know specifically. Tippy said, so that's what black men want. Black women faking their feelings towards him just to get the bag like white women. Pinky said, hey, yo, what is up, Pink? What is up? What is up? Christopher said, I heard that too, man. Like when you in college, dudes who play sports got to keep good grades and be good. And black girls, they don't like lame dudes or dudes that don't smoke or drink. Yep. Chris also said, and that's where I've heard that the white girls come in at they see the potential early. Yeah, even Dr. Umar. And Dr. Umar, we all know that Dr. Umar, he is solely for black women. Anything upliftment, he barely says anything negative about black women. But the one time, the moments that he does speak about some stuff, that's the time that a lot of black women tune out. And he stated two things. One specifically dealing with black women, like I told y'all before, where he said that Becky will come in with the intent where he will see the brother with the potential, and he'll go with that brother on that journey. And how he stated that black women ain't going to do that. They not about to take their time with them. They not about to go on that journey, or as some women will sit up and say, struggle love or all this other type of stuff. It was like, I don't got no time for a dreamer. I don't got no time for potential. I want things right now, right? So that's a clear cut difference. The other thing that Dr. Umar said is that when it deals with our young black boys going to college and ending up with these white women, it's also the fault of the parents because they send their sons away from home to go to these all white colleges where they're going to be around all of these other white people. So you already know it's going to sit up there, give it a little bit of time, and it's going to naturally just sit up there and happen. So like I said, it's a multifaceted situation. It's a lot of other things listed, directly in there as well too. Ear said this is assuming that black athletes are stupid and can't think for themselves. Yep. Christopher said if you the new guy, they're going to be all on you. No. If you're like a brand new like guy at that school, like at a university, no. You are an unknown. You are a straight unknown. Tippy said, so if he cheats, brings you an STD, well, at least you got the Birkin bag. LOL. That's crazy. What was it? M. Hampton said FBA women will always love our FBA men. Gail said what it boils down to is black men don't want cheering with nappy hair. That's why eyes be glad when they have mixed chillings. Becoming extremely like this woman. Tippy said, and in high school, what about black girls who got bullied? Tippy, you keep saying the whole. I thought we were just keeping directly on the black boys. You bring up this bullying thing every single. Tippy, I was bullied. Well, not in a sense bullied, but I was teased by black girls in school. It'd be like that. I mean, if it gets to a point, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go, champ. You gotta sit up there. You gotta let that directly go. Like I said, I ain't never seen at one point in time where it's a one-sided thing where it's like, yes, just the black boys, they just sitting up there teasing it down. Like I said, I never forget the day, and these were two light. Well, the kid that was there, he was light, and the other girl, she was like a lighter brown. And she specifically said that the guy that I knew, that she was attracted to him, but it was just the fact that his nose was big. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, what? I'm like, I don't get like why his nose would actually be a problem. Like that's what I'm thinking to myself. Like as I'm listening to the girl like talk in the classroom, like you're attracted to the dude because you like his hair. He's light. And I think maybe he might have had like light eyes or something like that. So she was attracted to him. It was just his nose for the reason that she didn't want to sit up there and be actually go out with him. I'm like I said, that's the first time that I done heard somebody sit up there and say something crazy when like all of this time that people talk about like, oh, black men are colorist and texturist. That's the first time I ever run into that. Like that's wild to me. Over a nose? Brother. That's great. Hopefully, like I said, that was back in middle school. Hopefully she outgrew that. Hopefully. Yo, okay, what is up? Blood Money, what's going on? You said these folks are role playing on both ends. We all saw how Shannon Sharp and now he got caught up. White women role playing for black men willing to role play along with them. Yep. Like I said, everybody be playing the game. Like I said, Shannon Sharp knew exactly what it was, just like that woman knew exactly what it was. M. Hampton said, as a Gen Xer, I can see how today's media created a division between FBA men and women, and it is sad. Third said, if you send your son to Duke University, just know Becky might be coming home with him on Christmas vacation. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Tippy said, I was bullied by black boys, white boys, black girls, white girls, Mexican boys, and So you got bullied by everybody, Tippy. Why you keep sitting up there making it seem like it was just black boys sitting up there? You got bullied by everybody. Tippy, it happens. It happened. And on top of that, Tippy, you out there in California. That's a whole, that's a whole nother thing. Y'all kind of close to Australia. You're kind of close out there to to Australia and whatnot. It's tough out there. But yeah, I mean, everybody done got teased and whatnot when they dealt with school, and like I said, it'd be like that. It happens. You gotta sit up there and let it go, Tippy. You gotta let it go, like Elsa. But now let's go to the next video.
All seen how to bag the NFL player list. If you haven't seen it, let me show you. This is the
Wait,
list.
hold on, question. I was still waiting. Let me go back up here. Did she even pull back up? Let me see, because I'm trying to see if that lady never came back up here. Because I was waiting, like, it's always these few people pulling up to the scene saying something, and then a moment of time that I'm waiting to reply back, I get nothing. This is the second time that this happened. And two women pull up to the scene, say some stuff, and then when I'm like, all right, we can have this conversation. Nothing. It's silence. I'm like, this is crazy, dog. This is straight crazy, 100%. But let me just have that marked directly down, because maybe the person might come back and we can have a conversation. But let's keep going.
I'm pretty sure we all seen how to bag the NFL player list. If you haven't seen it, let me show you. This is the list. If you want to go down the rules, you are more than welcome to. I will not be doing that because I don't feel like it and a bitch is dehydrated. Okay? So this is where it originally came from. This text message between two sisters. I guess her sister is the one that's with an athlete. I'm pretty sure that's not real, but the foundation of it is. And I just find it funny because you have women, especially white women, that tell y'all to your face that, okay, here's how to bag an athlete, here's how to get rich, here's how to find you a rich husband with money. They'll tell y'all that to your face, and y'all still go. But y'all call black women gold diggers. I find that so funny. Don't get it twisted. I'm not mad, babes. Why would I be? Y'all letting them run circles around y'all. They eating y'all up. But honestly, I'm not judging nobody in that lifestyle. But honestly, if I gotta do all this stuff for a man just for him to cheat on me, to mentally abuse me, to physically abuse me, I'm not saying it's everybody, but that's just what I've been seeing. If I gotta do all that just for the man to still treat me like shit, what's the point? I get it, babes. He has money. I get it. Do not attack me. I get it. And please do not fight me when I say this. That is his money. And that goes for any man with money or any rich man that y'all get or come in proximity to. Just because he has the money doesn't mean he's going to share that money. Doesn't mean it is your money. It is his money. And yes, he might choose to give it to you. Yes, he might choose to spend it on you. But at the end of the day, if he chooses to walk away from you, that is still his money. He doesn't owe you anything.
I guess she didn't read what it is that was specifically there, because one of the main things that was listed on that list was work towards marriage or having kids. So what she said was incompletely wrong, because if one of those white women has kids with that dude, that money is now split. Money is coming off of that contract directly to her. If that white woman got married directly to that athlete, that contract is coming directly to that white woman. Like, I feel like people make videos and comments and they don't even fully read everything that is specifically there. Now, again, like I said before, some of the things on the list I felt were pretty much common sense. That should be commonplace within relationships, when it's like, hey, you don't sit up there and cheat on a dude. Thought that was common sense. You sit up there and, pay attention or be a helpmate and all this. I thought that was, pretty much common sense. You don't embarrass the guy. I thought that was common sense. You make sure to look presentable. I thought that would actually be common sense, right? You fit in, you figure out where it is that you need to fit in as a woman if you want to be with this guy. I thought that was actually common sense. Like, a lot of this stuff, minus the whole, of course, white woman predatorial type of thing, a lot of the stuff that was there, I'm talking about the basic everyday stuff when it deals with a relationship, I thought that was common sense. And then the reference that she wanted to bring up, talking about an athlete being abusive, she's talking about Stephon Diggs. And I'm guessing yet again, because she wanted to reference this, I guess she didn't actually look. The guy is innocent. They found him innocent on all counts. So I'm like, I'm not even sure what's the use of even trying to reference something when the dude is innocent. And it was proven that he was innocent and that the woman that was on the stand was a full-fledged liar. Like, this is crazy. It's like you oh man, brother. Like, how, man, this is why I sit up here and say at certain points, like, yo, a lot of people just shouldn't be online. A lot of people just should not be online. Like, how you going to reference stuff and not even look directly into what it is that you're referencing? That just, it doesn't make any type of sense. D Money said, "Wow," and Hampton sitting up here laughing. Third said, "Let's not act like some black women ain't pulling paternity fraud on black athletes." Oh yeah. I did sit up there and I covered that before too. And I covered that that female track star that sat up there and was telling lies on a black athlete. Like I mean, it's it's whatever. Like I said, I try to bring stuff directly up. Try to bring it up. Somebody said, "I am retired." Said the media is not the problem. People's poor choices are the problem. I mean, I like to balance it. I like to say both. I like to say both. People do have poor choices, but then you can also have social media or media that can influence people given enough time. Like I said, this is why you see the powers that be put so much money behind advertisement when it deals with politics. Like I said, look at Facebook, look at TikTok, look at the types of form of politics that they want to push directly towards people in order to influence. Right. So, like I said, for me, as a somebody that's on social media, I'm just just want to point that out. Caveman said facts. Thursday that some black women are pulling paternity fraud on black athletes. As a black man, you're a target by all women of every race. I'm retired said you can't keep rejecting productive black men and expecting them to stay around. That's one of the points that I said up there and said before. That's why I kept bringing up the same things that I was bringing up, and along with the other conversations where I stated that you'll listen to women online and they'll sit up there and say, like, I've showcased videos or clips of black women specifically stating that they look around outside and they see every woman out here is beautiful and every woman is a 10, but then they look around and every black dude out here looks like a hobgoblin. I'm like, how did that even happen? I'm like, what? I'm like, what is even happening out here? I'm like, magically, like every dude that they happen to see is just unattractive. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, all right. I'm like, well, if that's the case, then nobody should have a problem when those unattractive dudes are with women of other races. Like, if so many black dudes in the black community are unattractive to black women, again, I'm going by social media. Right. Again, I'm going by social media. I'm going by what women are putting out there, what they're posting. I'm looking the hundreds of thousands of comments, agreeing, and all this other type of stuff. Right. So if the greater majority, 95% of black men in the black community are undesirable and they're ugly, there should be no problem if those dudes are with women of other races. That's all I'm saying. So that means if all of those dudes, if all of the quote unquote butt ugly guys are completely gone, they're with women of other races, that means that it cleared the field. So that now means that all of the women who considered men to be ugly, now they can see the field and they can now focus on that 5% that they find to be attractive and desirable that they want to have pretty kids with. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yo, wow, what is up? What is up? What is up? Gail said, I'm glad I'm at the point where a relationship sounds exhausting. If I ever get into a relationship, that ish better be seamless outside of everyday curveballs of life. Let me see. Cyclone said it's noise. I'm confused. Wild said, can't no man ever retire. Let me see. Let me see. What was it? I'm retired. You said I'm in Thailand. I'm done. Third said, funny how women are concerned about black generational wealth when the brother's yearly salary is 8 or 9 figure range, yet they will look down their noses on good blue collar brothers. Mm. Wow said, make more babies keeps you younger. Wait, huh? How does that wait? How does that work? What's the science behind that one? I'm a little bit confused on that one. I'm a little bit confused on that one. So let's go to the next video.
That post of the white sister giving the other sister advice on how to get a black athlete. Most of the comments were saying how this advice was not for black women. But one of the main comments was saying how they have been studying us. I want to add on to that. Not only have they been studying us since they brought us over here, they have had this predatory behavior since slavery. If y'all all remember that movie Django, remember how they used to have the Mandingos, and remember how the white people used to size them up at the auctions from childhood all the way up to adulthood, right? Now that was real. Now black athletes, I view them as the white people Mandingos, okay? Now you have to understand, this type of mentality is a generational curse for some, not all, because y'all like to get me for that. But this is such an ingrained memory. It's in their DNA, right? This, at some type of point, we have to say, that's a predator. That's predatory behavior. You are preying on someone and wanting to lust over a person for the color of their skin. And if that black athlete stays with that racist she-devil, he's a goon. And that advice is definitely not for us, because what's meant for black women will always be for black women.
Right. You know, the craziest part when it deals with this conversation, the amount of videos that I'm seeing, like, you know, so it's a few, you know, directly up out there and whatnot. I never saw this many like think pieces when it was books where, you know, black women were writing on how to get a white man or how to swirl. Never saw this many videos and think pieces critiquing that and all the other. Like I said, you didn't even see black dudes even really caring, because it's like, all right, you do what you do. You might have the rare few that'll sit up there and really go in depth and try to talk about it and rah 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 and all that other, you know, type of thing. But in general, you're not going to see fields of black dudes on TikTok, YouTube, IG, or whatever else. They're not going to be coming up and really trying to, you know, talk about it. It's like, hey, we're just going to mind our business. Like, you do you, and we'll do whatever it is that, you know, we'll just continue doing. It normally goes, you know, that way. Like I said before, a lot of conversations that need to be had that a lot of people don't want to be honest about is the way that black men are deemed and treated before they happen to make it, you know, to the peak of their career. It doesn't matter if it's like soccer, could be like UFC, boxing, or whatnot, or whatever. The moment in time that the dudes are in training camp or whatever it is, people ain't really trying to sit up there and see and talk to them, because it ain't no right now, right here money. Right? Not sitting up there doing it. Like I said before, people ain't going to take their time to just like go through the paces. People want things instantly. It's just like, you know, instead of waiting for grits on the stove, people want to put it in the microwave and have it within like 3 to 5 minutes. And again, that's the problem. So it's like, yeah, it's like the white women are gold diggers, but they playing it the long way. Versus when you got folks directly out here where they want to come through to the scene and they're like, you know, I need you to, you know, have this money right now. I need my car fixed, rent, hair and nails, makeup, red bottoms. When you going to take me and my friends on a pay for us to go on a vacation? I need some, you know, allowance money or whatnot, whatever. I need some shopping money. I need this. I need that. And it's like, all right, but what are you specifically actually doing for that? Now, looking at the itinerary, looking at the list that the white girls basically posted, it's like, hey, when this dude is in he gotta be this great football player, do all of his homework. Make sure that, you know, he's staying above grade level. Get those B's and those A's. Make sure you do his work and you find a way to fit in there so that nobody else can take your spot. So that it is undeniable the reason why it is that you're there. Versus the other way around, it's like, all right, you make sure to sit up there and do your sports, do your homework, and do all of this. I'm about to lay back and look pretty, but I expect you to sit up there and have that money directly for me. Just saying. Just saying. Allison World, what is up? You said, where is she from? Do not. If you're talking about the woman in the video, I'm not sure. Tibby said, all of the coons, the black women who date out, and the black men, they don't care about their people. Caveman said, white people, mandingo. R. Hudges, what is up? What is up? He said, color of my skin, my backside. It's the money. Nobody gives an ish about skin color but you. I'm a little bit confused. I don't even know who you're talking to. Was it Wild said I wear that jacket with pride? Tippy said I have, Seji. I guess you're talking about Let It Go. I got you. M said king and queen is the black man and the black woman. Wild said stunting just like my daddy. Tippy said black women, not talking about coons, black men for no reason. What was it? Hudges said where the females running around dying to sleep with the dark-skinned black men? Stop the cap. If the dark-skinned ninjas worked at Chipotle, ain't nobody checking for them. It's the crazy part is there is a point directly within that, and I've seen instances like I've known somebody at a point in time, dark-skinned brother, who would actively sit up there and seek the attention of black girls. Like, dude was, funny, tell jokes. Dude was always like entertainment, right? Always had high energy and whatnot. And he would always strike out with black girls in high school. He would strike out. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, dude, like even like other people, like they will see him, like they'll automatically start laughing because of how he naturally is. Like that's the thing. Like you'll sit up and see him, you automatically like start smiling and start laughing because it's always something, right? And I'm like, this dude, he can't even win. I'm like, this dude, like I'm like again, in comparison to him, I'm like, I don't got that, that type of energy. It's like everything is like silent. It's mute, and I'm like, I thought, girls wanted somebody that can make them laugh, somebody that was, funny and all this other type of stuff. And I would watch him throughout the 4 years of school, and it would just be consistent strikeouts. And he's dark skinned. And I'm like, this is crazy. And I'm like, it's pretty much it's all black girls in the school. And I'm like, nothing. I'm like, word. I'm like, this is like, that's crazy. I'm like, that's wild. And it's like, I wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't sit up there and see it myself and watched it for 4 years. And it's like, then, things sat up there and changed when he ended up, lo and behold, getting directly with a white woman. Relationship didn't sit up there and last, a long time or whatnot, whatever. But it's still the case that, person sat up there and gave him, like a shot. That was a pretty, long lasting relationship for quite, some years. Because I think was that during the tail end. I want to say that might have been during the tail end of high school. I want to say during the tail end of high school towards like college. And I'm like, and as soon as what was that, Hudges? Yeah, as soon as I saw your comment directly up there, that brought me right back to that. And I'm like, yeah, you got a point. You do have a point, directly up there, which is sad because in a lot of instances, people want to sit up there and say that black men are the only ones that are colorists and texturists and featureists or whatever that would happen to be when it deals with black women and especially dark skinned black women. And I'm like, nah, I've seen how dark skinned black dudes, get treated and talked about. I've seen that. And I'm like, that shit was baffling to me. I'm like, but it'd be like that. Tibby said it's a sick cycle of divestors back and forth with the same mentality. M. Hampton said facts at MM Does. Wild said absolutely 100%. Third said I only go to Ruth Chris. Head self women. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wild said, "Now my queen cooks better than any restaurant. My youngest want to be a pastry chef, so I am winning." That's dope. That's a whole restaurant right there. Hudges said, "Like females ain't about ish. 85% of them ultimate party girl." I would put those stats down. I'll put those stats a little bit down. Because you got folks out here that's actually like in home, party type of people. I put them stats down just a bit. But again, if people want to look at social media or even going out, in their city and whatnot, I guess people have a different, point of view on that. Right? Retire said Texas, the Brazil is banging. Wild said my youngest most high winning, prepping her on her win. Tippy says, Seji, black women been helping a lot of black men before coming into money. Problem is they get their money and date better instead of staying with the woman who has been there for them. But Tippy, this is the thing though. I'm talking about both in the instance of college and of high school. The main conversation, I've seen black women have this conversation online. You have black women that basically stated that white women and black women have two different attitudes when it comes to college. Black women go to college, they be like, yo, I'm only focused directly on my degree. I'm about to get my master's, my PhD, or whatever it is, right? My doctorate, right? So completely just like focused. It's like, yo, I'm here. I'm about to sit up there and get this, and I'm about to get this money. I'm about to get this bag, right? On the other end, white women are like, I'm going to college to sit up there and find a husband. And this is where they got the terminology ring before spring, because that's usually how it goes. So you got two different mentalities on how that goes. I've never heard ring before spring up until white people spoke about it. I ain't never hear nothing about that even referenced in the black community. Never. Nor have I heard any women teaching that to their daughters or talking about that amongst themselves. Never seen it, never heard of it again up until white people started talking about it. So like I said, you got two different mentalities out here when it deals with certain things. And like I said, I'm not faulting. And again, I don't want people to sit up there and take it as I'm trying to fault black women for going out there and making the best for themselves, getting a degree. And I'm not sitting up there saying that at all. I'm just saying that people got two different mindsets. Black women are like, hey, I'm about this career, I'm about this money, I'm about this bag, and I'm going to be sitting up there seeing the world and traveling, right, and doing everything after. White women are like, I'm about to get all of this right now. It's like, yeah, I might have something to fall back on because I am going to school, but while I'm in school, I will be married. Like I said, two different mentalities. Retired said, all of my family are married 20 plus years to black women. Gotcha. Tibby said, not just before they become athletes, but other successful jobs, even black women being rude or die for them. Wait, what? Tippy, how many stories have we done where black women are out here dying for black dudes every day? I can't even really give you stories like that. I can show you videos of black dudes getting swung on by black women and everybody sitting up there watching, not doing nothing. But the moment in time that the black dude is going to sit up there and even give a little bit of pushback, here comes the Justice League. So I'm not sure where the dying part came directly from, because I'm like, statistically speaking, we're gonna have to bring up some stats. We're gonna have to bring up some stats, Tippy, some stats. Let me see. Third said it'd be like that some guy will strike out at high school home, but will bat 1,000 out of town. I got you. You said sorry for the typos, no problem. Gail said, I love dark-skinned brothers. My respect for light-skinned men goes only so far. Wild said, get a proven good woman to help you build your empire. That's true. That's bars. Let me see. Oh, we got one of Chud's folks directly in the comment section. That's crazy. All right, Joe Carter said, I'm black and a black ball player is looking for a white woman. He can't do the same ish with black women. Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused. Um, this is the thing. I put it to you like this. So just like when the white woman specifically stated what they would do in order to get a black athlete, right? And how it's everything, right? No matter where it is. All right, cool. Now on the reverse end, it's not really like that. It'll be like that for certain guys. If you're that certain guy, right? You can get whatever you want, and people know exactly what it is I'm talking about. If you are a certain black dude that black women love, you can get pretty much everything that you want. Like if Usher was sitting up there going through the hood right now, there would be women out there ready to sit up there and give Usher 9 kids because that's just what it is. But you got ordinary dudes who are working a 9 to 5, holding down, like a house and all this other type of stuff, and those women would never even bat an eye at that dude. They would not even consider him, anything. And like I said, a key word, they would be ready to give Usher a child. Not that they want Usher to be a present father or anything like that. They just want to be able to say that they had a kid and slept with Usher and all that other type of stuff. When it deals with an ordinary dude, outside of that, nah. So, like I said, if you're a certain type of dude that women are really attracted to, you can get and do whatever you want. But if you're an ordinary dude, we all know how that goes. You got to work for every single thing. And even when you work for it, you still ain't getting nothing. I'm retired said colorism. Let me see. Demon Bazooka. You said anti-white narcissism. No, white women aren't doing that. Liberal women might be, but even that is a stretch because they're the party of the triple Ks. You are the reason everything is locked up at Walmart. Ah, look at that classic one. To the shadow realm with you. M. Hampton said this is true, but that happens with all men, unfortunately. You ever heard the old story of the white lady stop going to the school to work and push her husband through school, then leave her for a younger woman at Tippy? Oh, you talking about Tippy? Wild said, "Look nothing like a good queen. She will always look out for you and never put you in a bad position, and she'll stay praying for you and keeping you covered." True, 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 true. Fair use. What is up? You said, have you ever seen the movie Nefarious? I think I've heard of it, but I never seen it. Never seen of it. You said they all come here as gold diggers. Number one, knowing that our melanin is gold and they need it to preserve their species. OG said white women call it ring before spring. Yep. Retired said black women have had before 70. Tippy said, I'm saying black women have done everything to help black men cook clean and they still cheat and get with white women. Not saying all do, but some do. Well, Tippy, you're talking about, so let me just put it like this, right? We have this conversation, right? When people want to talk about black men being with white women, I want people to understand that you're talking about a small percentage of black men being with white women or women of other races. Because when you look at black men in general and who black men really be having kids by every single day, it's not women of other races. Like I said, if that was the case, then the whole of the black community would not exist. We would not have no black communities nowhere around these United States, from California to New York to down south to anywhere in these United States. We would not have a black community. It would be a melting pot if that was the case, because how people want to sit up there and put it, directly out there, like, black men are just out there sleeping with every single other type of woman and not being with black women at all. We wouldn't be having black kids then. Everybody would be biracial. Every single HBCU, everybody would be biracial or nearly white. So again, you know, people got to understand it's like, yo, you're dealing with a certain percentage of black men, specifically even talking about this conversation, black athletes. That's a small percentage out of the black population who are athletes. The athletes are like the top 1%. Like, that's how crazy it is. Like, we're literally talking about the top 1% when it deals with like black men that are directly out here. Like, these dudes got contracts, they got sponsors, you know, they got shoe deals and all this other type of stuff. And that's what I was talking about before. It's like the only reason that this is a conversation is because those black dudes are in the limelight. If those black dudes didn't have no type of money, they didn't have no celebrity, and people and women were not chasing them, this wouldn't even be a conversation right now. This wouldn't even be a conversation. Like, that's how crazy it is. What was it? You said nerds only. Fair use said number 2. They come here with the knowledge of how wealthy all real black Americans will be again soon. They demonize while enjoying exactly that. We are all Samson who should not lay with Delilahs. What was it? Tibby said they're in jail, Seji, over black dudes while we acting like this never happened. Tibby, you know how many videos I've done where black men have risked their lives to try to help a black woman out that was, you know, going through a situation with another man, and they ended up getting killed? I just gave you 2 stories, and I think what people said that those 2 dudes were Haitian. But both of those brothers, they gave their life to deal with a situation where their sister was in a domestic situation with her boyfriend for 4 years. 4 years now. 4 years she was in this situation. The brothers came up over there. Something basically happened. Both of the brothers lost their life. But you know who's still alive? That sister's still alive. Her boyfriend is still alive, facing trial right now. I gave y'all it was another story about over like 4 years ago where a father sat up there and went to a hotel to go confront his daughter's abusive boyfriend. The father lost his life. The father lost his life because of his daughter. Because instead of dealing with the police and whatnot, whatever, she thought it was the greatest idea to tell her dad to come handle the situation. Now she don't got no daddy. No more memories. No more, you know, calling dad no more, you know. No more coming over to his house. No more hearing dad say I love you and all this other type of stuff because she decided to be reckless. Like I said, I can take out time and I can give tons of videos where that is the case in a situation. I even showed y'all gas station videos where a black dude tried to intervene and he got shot because the dude sat up and had a gun directly on him inside the car. Bah, 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 bah. The woman there could have actually got out the car and just ran. She stayed in the car with the shooter and drove off. Left that black man cold on the street, on the pavement, lifeless. He could have had a wife at home, a fiance, girlfriend, could have had a daughter. He could have had women in his home or his family that depended on him. It's nothing now. Like I said, stuff like that happens every single day. Every single day. Fair use said they breed and sell their daughters to come. Oh yeah, of course they do. Yeah, that's true. That's bars. Tippy said I'm saying black women have stood by their men when they had nothing. Let me see. Victorious Williams said white women go to college and get a Mrs. Well, Mr. Yeah. I am retired said all races of women have stood by broke men. Wild said again, we should compare with others. Monty said did this say Star Trek? I don't even know what that means. Hugh just said I'm with the dark-skinned black woman right now, and I tell you, it's the last time for me. No more. I'm moving on to better pastures. It ain't for me no more. I'm grown now. Wild said we need to stay in our lane, but I want all of my children to be successful. I'm here to help them be great. Fair said, who taught us to hate ourselves? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Wild said, I want degrees, but skills is really the goal. Yeah. Having a skill set, you can go anywhere around the world. That's bars. Retired said, Retired said, ignore that person, Tippy. That person has issues. Third said, Walmarts are in white neighborhoods. So what is he talking about? Yeah, I'm confused. Wild said, useless degrees ever. Tippy said, no, I don't. I'm speaking facts. I don't just blame black women. I call out BS that black men do as well. Wild said, most of our children don't go outside. I'm retired. Said, people turn their personal problems into everybody's problems. Lesson one. Tippy said, a hit dog will holler if you're getting upset at me calling out men that did black women dirty. Very stupid to get offended when I'm not specifically targeting you. Let me see. What else we got? What else? Gail said, what? Seji, why you pause that screen right there? You're diabolical. Wait, what you mean? It ain't nothing wrong. It ain't nothing wrong with the screen. I'm lost. Tippy said, yeah, I know, Seji. That's not what I'm talking about. Third said, we good dudes. Can't get our women to make us a ham sandwich, yet women will go to jail for drug dealers. Ooh, that's crazy. That's crazy. Fair Use said, if you don't love yourself first, you shouldn't be having kids or children with nobody. That's facts. That's facts. Wild said, two types of people, assets or liabilities. Choice assets only. All others keep it pushing. Orange DNA, what is up? You said 2 years ago, a man in Philadelphia stopped a man from going after a woman on the train. You said the black man got stabbed and the woman ran off and didn't even bother to call 911. And yes, she was a black woman. That's crazy. El Frio, what is up? You said I've been with both black women. You said you've been with both, and black women are so aggressive. Lavors, you said black women getting online talking about black men, then getting mad when people call them out on their bull. Tippy said it's crazy. You call out unfaithful, cheating black men only, and somehow they think I'm generalizing all. That is stupid. Fair Use said principalities be jumping in and out of people. So now let's continue to the. Oh, actually, I got another video to fit directly along with this that I ended up spotting. So let me load that one up for you guys. Right. Hold on. Where'd it go? Let me make sure I got it. Should have been. I thought we downloaded this actually. Okay, there we go. So now let's post this one to the next part.
I think it's funny how that whole situation with the white woman and the black athletes, the NFL players trying to teach her sister how to, land a black athlete, and the rules that she gave. I think it's funny how black men are actually saying like, oh, this is how women should be, but black women are like that. And y'all state that they either gold diggers or they don't do enough. Black women will be that woman that's home folding your clothes, buying your dinner, making sure you eat, ready to have sex with you anyway, and she get called all types of names, or we end up like, if we want to have sex anywhere at any time, it's oh, why you so sexual, who else you doing this with. It's different. It's a whole different dynamic with black women and white women. White women get praised for this type of shit, but we get called gold diggers and all type of other things when it comes to this. If we try to be stay-at-home mothers that just fold the clothes, cook the dinner, it's, oh, she needs to go to work, and oh, she not doing enough. So again, please stop with the, oh, this is how all women should be, because all women are like that. It's just the different dynamics.
Wait, I gotta get pushback. All women are not like that, and I'm going by way of social media. Ordinary women. I'm talking about not celebrity women. I'm talking about ordinary, like this woman is ordinary every day. Ordinary everyday women get online and talk about what they're not going to do for a man. Right? They're not. You got women out here talking about I'm not buying him birthday gifts. I'm not about to sit up there and celebrate him if he does whatnot or whatever. And all this other type of stuff. I'm not about to sit up there and cook and clean for a guy and da 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 da. But I do expect a guy to do for me. Like, I'm not sure where people are paying attention to a lot of these conversations because, like I said, I'm a guy, and in order for me to have an understanding of certain things from the other side, I go directly to the source. I look at what women basically state directly online. There are thousands upon tens of thousands, dare I say, hundreds of thousands of videos where women are basically stating and agreeing with other women when they sit up there and say the things that they are not going to do for a man or the things that they're not going to do in order to get the attention of a man. But I also want to be very specific as well, too. Whenever a lot of these women are saying that, they're only saying that when it deals with ordinary guys. If it deals with the guys that they are attracted to, oh, they're doing any and everything. They're going to cook. They're going to become Mrs. Mom. They're going to do everything that needs to be done when it deals with that specific guy that they really want. When it deals with every other guy, it's going to be, oh, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Like that's crazy. And she gonna pull up to the scene and say that all women know all women are not. You got a lot of women right now that sit up there and say that they don't want kids, and you got men right now that sit up there and say that they want a family. So let's. And then the other thing too is this is the second video where a woman is making a comment and she's not looking at some of the things that she wants to give pushback on. One of the things the white woman said, she was like, yo, because he's a college athlete, you do his homework for him. Do the work that needs to be done so that he can just focus and he can sit up there and make it to that contract. She specifically said that. This woman right here, she's talking about like, oh, well, you know, black women, they cook and they clean and they'll sit up there and make you. Ain't nobody mentioned none of that directly up in that whole conversation. The one specific thing, two things, because she wanted to list that, right? She wanted to list what, you know, what women will sit up there and just naturally do. No, all women are not going to sit up there and do an athlete's homework. Let's get that very clear. Let's get that very clear. Every single woman out here is not going to do an athlete's homework. That takes a very specific woman to sit up there and do that. Very specific. Like I said, because if you ask a lot of women like, yo, I need you to do this for me, they'll be like, yo, why can't you do it yourself? Don't you got two hands? Aren't you able-bodied? Weren't you doing this before I got? Like I said, like I said, you have a whole nother conversation, you know, trying to sit up there and get that to sit up there and happen. Whole nother conversation. And then the whole thing where she wants to sit up there and speak on the whole aspect of you know, having sex and everything of that nature. Don't sit up there and make it seem like it's just going to be any time that the guy basically wants it. Don't do that. Don't do that. And don't make it seem like you're going to be sitting up here doing any and everything that comes to the imagination. Don't sit up there and do that. Now, women will sit up there and do that for the guy that they specifically want, that they are specifically interested in. Like I said, letting Usher or some famous dude come around. Women are open. It is a no holds bar. It is a no holds bar. When it deals with the guys that they are not interested in, yeah, the shop is closed. You'll be lucky to sit up there and get a shot glass full of water. You will be lucky. You will be lucky to sit up there and get that. Like, yo, it is crazy. It is diabolical. Yeah, Gail was being facetious. She was D-Money. Gail was not being serious. Third was like, people really think that black men got short memories. Let me see. He just said ain't no black woman cooking. That's cap or folding no clothes or eating or having sex with a man. That's a load of pure garbage. Now, like you have some people, like I said before, it's different. Like if if the guy is a guy that the woman really wanted to obtain, she's going to make sure that she needs to do everything that she needs to do to keep that dude specifically there, like that specific black dude, right? Again, now if it deals with an ordinary dude where she is not even an ounce of interested like she is with that other dude, yeah, you're gonna have to work for every single thing. Nothing is going to come easy. Like you're going to be struggling. You might be on calendar time when it's like, all right, when are we going to sit up there and do this? Like I said, there's videos right now where you got women that sit up there talking about like how they're married or in a relationship with a guy that they're not even really attracted to, and they don't even want to have sex with him. But I'm like, so, but why are you in a relationship with him? I'm like, that makes no type of sense. That makes no type of sense. Why would you be with a dude that you're not even actually interested in physically? Like that's just so stupid. It's stupid. but but again, like I said, if the black dude is popular with a lot of other women, he got it. If he's a celebrity, he got it. If he got a whole bunch of money, he got it. If he's a drug dealer or a scammer, he got it. If you're an ordinary black dude, good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Because like I said, 9 times out of 10, you don't got fields of women sitting up there. You don't got women by the boatload chasing you. So women ain't really going to be sitting up there trying to give you that time of day. They're not really going to try to give you that attention because, again, women are attracted to what other women are attracted to. No woman on the face of this planet is like, yo, I'm married to a guy that ain't no woman attracted to. Yeah, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Even women want to know that the guy that they're with is attractive. Ain't no woman trying to be with a dude that is unattractive. I've never seen it. I ain't never seen it on this planet at all. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never seen it. Let me see. What is it? What is it? D-Swa said, the white folks out here got us in the tizzy as a community. Ah. Let me roll through here, trying to go back to the comment section. Let me see. You just said, black women are unhelpful in relationships, always talking about what they won't do or not going to do. I'm tired said, Grandma prayed for you, always lying. Third said, she looks like she would get you a shot glass full of air. That's crazy. So that's crazy. That's crazy, D-Money. That's crazy. I have to say you are too funny at D-Money. Yeah, that's crazy. Wild said, nah, I'll just get your babies. Yo, that's crazy. That man Thursday, I wouldn't trust her with spaghetti. Fair, you said, ask yourself, would you want to marry yourself? I'm not. I think I don't even know how to sit up there and answer that as a guy because that seems like a loaded question. Like, how do you actually answer that question? That would just seem weird now. Seems weird. Seems weird. Gail said, if you got money and the da is decent, I don't give a darn who ain't attracted to him. Less stress for me as long as I see something in him. Well, Gail, that you are part of the rare faction of women who happen to think like that. Because when you go on these internet streets, that's not what's being stated, and that's not what women are specifically agreeing with at all. Not at all. Not even close. Not even in the same ballpark or universe. Not even in the same multiverse. You know. D Money said, if she's from the South, definitely don't let her cook spaghetti. That's crazy. Wild said, every good man knows he is the ish, so we don't care. Fairy sitting up her laughing. Yeah, it's like you gotta say like no Diddy before you even try to answer that question. He was like, would you marry yourself? I'm like, I don't even know how to answer that. Respectfully, because I'm a guy, I'm gonna say no. Because it's like, Sergi, would you marry yourself if you're no? We don't do that. We don't do that here. We don't do that in any other universe or multiverse. We don't do that. We don't do that. D Money said, marry myself. Ooh, that is gay. Who is gay? Why are you gay? Wild said, get with the program and start winning. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said to the Woken, if you were a man, would you marry yourself? To the men, if you were a woman, would you marry yourself? Yeah, I'm still not answering that question. I'm just that's highly questionable. It's like it seems like a trap. It seems like a trap. Where you said, I marry and love myself every day. If my reflection doesn't find me in this life, it's okay. No, if you're talking about like, self-love, like you're looking at yourself every day, you sit up there and tell yourself, positive things, like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I do that. It's automatic. That the whole married thing, that's like, nah, can't do that. Tippy said, LOL, trick question. If a dude says yes, he might be a part of the rainbow gang. Skittles. Taste the rainbow. I just said, what's the difference these days between just buying a female and meeting a woman in the streets that's talking about he better have money and be able to pay all of my bills? What is the difference? I mean, there is no difference. I guess it's how you basically say it. It's the presentation. I had a video where a woman basically said, I think she might have been either an SW worker or a stripper, but she was basically saying that a lot of women of today have the mentality of a prostitute. And I was like, ooh, I'm like, that's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. Because she was going on the fact of like looking at the podcast and looking at a lot of the women talking about that a guy basically needs to be able to afford a woman, basically stating that all of these women out here that with this mentality, they got a price point. They are buyable. But at the same time, women are sitting up there saying like they're not up for purchase. But if you're telling a dude like you need a Birkin, you need a car, he got to be able to afford my rent. Yeah, you're buyable. You got a price. That's all it is. Like I said, let a dude that's able to sit up there and shower you with like $20K a month. Yeah, that's a price point for a lot of women out here. $20K a month. Oh yeah, it's over. Like you gonna sit up there and see like women being like a stay-at-home wife without a ring or a child. It's gonna be crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. What was it? Sure, you said, okay, I don't have a perverted past. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. While I said those women are broke, Fair you said, thank you, Miguel, for the explanation. The rabbit said to the woman, oh, yeah, we read that. Or would you marry the opposite gender version of your? I'm still not answering that question. It still sounds a little bit suspectual. Can't do it. The money said, better question is, would you want your daughter to marry a man like you, or would you want your son to marry a woman like you? Okay. I gotta hold on. I still feel like these are like trap questions. Because I can see people trying to like reword this in like in such a way, like, you're into like that type. I'm like, no, I am not. What? Let me see. How could I sit up there and put this? I feel as though that if I had a daughter, because I don't, if there was a young lad directly out there who, in a sense, grew up like me, and they looked at the world the exact same way I'm talking about, when I was younger and whatnot, I wouldn't have an issue. I would not actually have a care in the world. Like I would be completely fine and dandy. Like I wouldn't actually be worried about anything. Hill just said exactly. Tibby said that's a good question. Long she's not highly masculine. What? I'm confused on that. While said Goodman, we don't care. Rabbit said you the second coming. One thing I respect about those African women out there on the continent is that they don't pretend like they're not what they are. They know what it is and what they're doing. I mean, yeah, that's true. Yeah, they're not sitting up there really trying to fake it. Diana said they're willing to put up with the cheating or abuse until they can ensure they can get the great windfall. They leave. Um, Wait, I'm confused. You said I cook, clean, wash clothes. As soon as I read that, it sounded like some Cardi B lyrics. Keep my body clean. However, I would not have slave relations. Those types of men can do that. Slave relations with men, it would be no playing in. Wait, I'm confused. I don't even know what that. I'm not even sure what that comment is. I'm Molly. That just took a whole wide turn. Yo, Shauna, what is up? What is up? What is up? Third said, I would definitely want my imaginary daughter to marry a guy like me. Yeah, like I said, some of these questions, I'm like, I gotta just try to figure out how to, because I feel like it'd be setups. I really do. I feel like it's some real setups when to deal with these questions. So now we're going to go to the next video.
Came across a thread of a white woman telling another white woman how she can bag an NFL or an NBA player, specifically a black one. She said chocolate. And the reason why I want us to see these text messages is not for black women to put their capes on and go help. Absolutely not. But I want us to understand where black men's thought process currently is if we're going to, I don't know, work alongside them and move forward in liberation.
This is what I got a problem directly with conversations like this. Number one, automatically from the first few seconds, it's like she already has an attitude. I'm not sure who she's specifically mad at. It doesn't make any type of sense because I promise you, if it was her white boss who signs her check, she's not going to have that attitude or that face. Number one. Number two, you're talking about understanding black men's thought process. So you're generalizing and basically stating that this is all black men, their thought process on being with white women or women of other races. And then number three, you want to talk about quote unquote working with black men on liberation. But I'm like, would you say the same thing when it deals with black women who specifically only date white men? Like I said, I got a video of a young woman that said it and said that she is interested in white men because of their lower half. And that if she sees a black woman with a white man, it's you go girl. You're doing the right thing. You're going where you're going to be loved. But if it's a black man with a white woman, now it needs to be analyzed. It needs to be studied. It needs to be questioned. That black man needs to be interrogated. Well, let's continue.
And I say that facetiously because I already know what it is. But I think it's important that we have the larger conversation about how the NBA and the NFL are just modern day plantations. And I will be following that up with a clip from Deontay Kyle because I believe that he explained that perfectly. Starts the thread off with, I want a football player, NFL preferably, a tall chocolate one, like you did. I want your life. That's easy, but you have to play your cards right. You can't be an emotional little girl. And she says, teach me. Number one, he's the prize. Remember, he can change your life. You can't change his. Number two, dealing with cheating. Don't look for it. Girls will throw themselves at him and some will succeed. If it's just a fling, let it go. But don't let him get emotionally attached to one of them. P.S. He'll always be attracted to black girls. Activate that Shanae in her by picking at her and let him see it, and then he'll ditch her. Then she says, if she's like us, it'll be harder because more than likely she's playing to win him too. Make him choose. Number three, be an asset. Fold his clothes. Buy and bring him his food. Do his homework. Completely integrate yourself into his life where he can't function without you. 4, don't embarrass him. Don't cheat. Don't text other men. His cute friends and teammates will try you, but ignore it. Just in case the relationship goes south, another athlete will see you as gold. 5, completely go wild on him in bed. Use throat spray. Do any and everything. Be spontaneous. Make it go down anytime, anywhere. Number 6, his mom. Lexi, do not tell his mom any personal information, especially something negative. She will tell his entire family and he'll blame you. Just smile, wave, and be quiet. 7, always look good and appealing. Hair and face always has to be done. Push for marriage or at least to have multiple kids and you got him.
In 2 years on draft day, you'll be a millionaire, and all your friends will work hard in school to literally never live the life you live. It's so sweet and rewarding, Lex. I'm in Cancun right now. And what's so scary is that there are black men in the comment section that do not see a problem with that text thread. They don't see a problem at all. They're actually looking for a woman to do that for them. They're not even understanding that that is emotional, mental, physical, sexual manipulation.
I would just like to preface this as that she's talking as if black men are children and we don't know any better and we don't know. A lot of the black men in the comment section, they know exactly what it is, and they'll just allow it to happen because they're going to get what they want at the end of the day, just like that white woman is going to get what they want at the end of the day. So for them, they view it as like, okay, it's it's fine. Everything is even. She's explaining it like the black dudes are just stupid and they just don't understand. No, they do understand. They can clearly see the writing directly on the wall. They still view it as beneficial. And again, even if the guys are being fetishized, black men don't complain about that because a lot of black men don't get attention. It's very like it's so difficult. Like it's very difficult for a lot of black women to understand this because just as soon as you're born, for at least from my perspective, as soon as black women are born, you got attention. Like the skies, the world opens up, like all of that type of good stuff, right? You're getting some attention, right? When it deals with young black boys, just being born, it's like, nah, you ain't, like unless you got like the light eyes, light skin, the good hair, or something like, it's like, yeah, nah, it's not really in a sense, happening like that. Right now, it'll happen when you happen to come into some money, or people can realize that, oh snap, he's about to sit up there and actually get like a contract. Now everybody in the family, even people that didn't mess with you, now everybody want to sit up there and be on your team. Now everybody want to, like, I kid you not. I put it to you like this. I swear to you, whenever you look at those young black dudes and you see the field of family that's in the background and they ready to sit up there and celebrate him, I promise you, a lot of those people back there don't even really mess with him like that. They were like, oh, now they want to sit up there. Oh, that's my favorite nephew. Yeah, that's my nephew. Like, yo, I remember that. I bet you a lot of those people was not even really around. I bet you a lot of those people sitting up there bad mouthing and talking down about that young dude for the greatest duration of his life. They probably even said that he probably wasn't going to be nothing. But now that he's about to get selected in this NFL draft, now that's their favorite nephew. That's their favorite grandson. Or now the mom and the dad, now they want to sit up there and start coming into the picture, talking about like, yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, that's my son. Oh, I love him so much. And Or, like I said, I see it all the time. This is why you got a lot of these black male athletes. They don't even be around their family. They don't even really try to claim them. They try to hurry up and throw some money just to get them out of the picture. Because that's normally how it goes. People don't love you as a black man. People don't really love you up until you really start making some money. Up until you can do something that they can use you for. Like, yo, it's crazy out here. It is wild. It is wild. Randy Money say he just looking for a woman with throat spray. That's crazy. Yo, that's crazy. That's great. Wow. Somebody said she looked like Muff. Oh, that's crazy. Now I can't see. Now I can't unsee it. That's what. Oh, yo, that's crazy. Oh, that's cold blooded. Oh man, that's cold blooded. She do look like Muffy though. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's crazy. Muffy or Francine is, either one. Well, right now with the semi attitude face that she giving, that's Francine. That's Francine. That's Francine. Let me see. Third says she definitely looked like she talks down to men. Yeah. Wild said they can hold their breath for a long time and their words don't mean nothing, nor oaths mean nothing to them. Oh yeah, Randy Money. Yo, Brandon Brewer, what is up, brother? What is up? What is up? You said equivalent exchange. Shout out to the what is it? The alchemist, the brother alchemist brotherhood. Yeah, equal exchange bars. Wild said women had Disney and had wait. Yeah, girls had Disney and boys had the films. Different fantasies. Yeah, that's true. That's bars. That's bars. Fair Use said it's Samson and Delilah. They never learn till their eyes are burned out. This goes and on a wine press. SWAT D said 100%. Rabbit said at SEIJIHITO, one thing I respect about Tips is the natural that a black man would be attracted to a black woman. If more women wouldn't be insecure, less black women would be harassed by insecure white women. Wild said he's a straight lottery ticket. That's facts. Gail Jones sitting up here laughing. Tippy said she's not there for love. She's a gold digger, so it's okay for white women to lie and manipulate for money, but black women are money hungry. Thoughts? Okay, I'm about to lie my way to a yacht. LOL, just joking. Oh, that's crazy. Third said, no one paid attention to us until 8 zeros showed up. M. Hampton said, preach at Sedging. Officer Haku said, black women or at a very high volume. Black men come out of the womb is that we got 2 strikes against us. LOL, crazy how that works. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Tippy said that's how you do it. Black women just start lying. LOL, insane. I mean, well, technically, Tippy, I put it to you like this: black women don't have to lie. Like if black women really want money like that, this is why you got the players out there. This is why you got the scammers, the drug dealers, right? Those dudes will sit up there and give black women money with no problem. They got the instant money. Right. So it's like you don't even got to sit up there and lie to kick it. And those dudes automatically know that the only reason that women are around is because of the money, because of everything that's basically going on, because they're exciting and all this other type of stuff. But ordinary dudes is like they don't really, in a sense, know. You can have a normal average woman directly up there, and you got your standard issue job, you bring home some good money, and then you got some extra money, stuff like that, and things will go awry. Right, people will sit up there and lie just for that extra, but when it is the drug dealers and the scammers, they're going to come for face value. It's like, hey, I'm here because of XYZ and all this other type of stuff, and rah rah rah. But in that instance, those women will grow to love the drug dealer, which is crazy. The drug dealer, the scammer, and all this other type of, they'll grow to love him. But then when it is the ordinary dude, it's on some whole other type of stuff, which is crazy. It's wild work. It's crazy. It's diabolical. D-Money said, Penny Proud looks mad for no reason. Shauna said, except Lamar, he loves his mama. I'm Retired said, always with the corny takes with them, sick of modern black women. Let me see. I'm Retired said, manipulation, grooming, shaming language all day. Tippy said, darn, y'all let white women get away with a lot. Killmonger, what is up? You said, look, we all got to date whoever we want. We need more black families to keep our FBA bloodline strong. But at the end of the day, don't run on each other. I won't. FBA be one. Rabbit said, remember that scene from Dear White People? They said black men date white women because they're down with the other type of access. Right? I'm Retired said, throw spray. It's crazy. Somebody said peace. What is up? What is up? What is up? Emma Hampton said not Penny Proud. That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. I can see that too. D Money said, Tippy, aren't you white? That's crazy. No, Tippy ain't white. That man D Money just sitting up here talking. That's crazy. What is I Am Retired said she looks like the baby from The Simpsons. You talking about Maggie? That's what she look like? What was it? D Money said Tippy is white adjacent. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Let me see. Boogie said, no, bro. They love the lifestyle. Soon as they go to jail, those girls will be on the next dude. Oh, no. Yeah, that's true. That's true. 100%. I mean, that's the way it always goes. Daydreaming Tori, what is up? You said, hey Seji, who is that on the background? It's a lady that was basically talking. I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm supposed to finish the video, but I was just going through the comments trying to catch up and read everybody's comment section. Awaken, you said black women are focused on hair, nails, babies, and white women are playing the long game. Tippy said Maggie, LOL. Third says she looks like that baby from Dinosaurs and not the one. Oh yeah. Ah, that's crazy. That's that's wild. But let's continue.
Actually, what the men are saying out loud is that they would like to be manipulated. They would love for you to show up and give them a fantasy just for when he breaks his leg, tears his ACL, no longer is in the league, for you to pull that rug from right up under him because you were only there for the one thing. That's not it's not clicking for them. But the part that's really missing here is that it's all cyclical. It is all a part of a plan. It starts when you're young. The moment they know you're about to be a freak of nature, they pluck you out of your community. They pluck you away from your friends. And they put you in white schools, in a white community where you are the only. They tell you that your black community can't give you what the white community can give you. They tell you that your black schools can't give you the opportunities that these white schools will give you. Basically, if you do not have a daddy, that coach, that white coach, is now your daddy. And we have stories of athletes coming on here and saying that their coach told them specifically to not date a black woman. So you got a coach telling you not to date a black woman, and you got white women scheming and scamming on you. Of course, what ends up happening ends up happening. And what ends up happening is that you make all this money to make a white man more rich, and then you date a white woman so she can ensure that that wealth that you just accumulated never gets back to the black community.
So let me just pause it right there, right? So let me show you how this is problematic, right? So on one end, she has a problem that black men are having kids or being with white women, right? But I promise you, she probably had other videos talking about how it is that black men want to have kids with black women, but they don't want to get married. But if black women are having kids with black men who have money, like Future, doesn't that mean that the money is staying within the black community? Doesn't that mean it's staying within black households, even though those women aren't married directly to those men? Isn't that the exact same thing that the white women are doing? So I'm like, which one are we going to sit up there and say that's problematic? Are we going to just both have a problem with it, or are we just going to only have a problem with one? I'm like, which one are we doing here? What are we specifically doing here? Because I'm highly confused. Because the black athletes could be doing the exact same thing with black women, but then people will be complaining like, oh yeah, these black athletes, they're always with black women, but they never want to sit up there and marry us, or they'll always be with us, but they want to have kids with us, but they don't want to marry us. But isn't the main thing to keep the money within the black community? Like I said, I'm a little bit confused. I don't know anymore. I don't know what's supposed to be the problem, because it seems as though that this is only a problem right now because we're talking about white women. And then if we move the whole thing directly to black women, such as like the rappers and everybody else, then it's still going to be problematic, even though we're talking about the exact same thing, which is rich black men and their money. And where is it going? Just just saying, I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out. Third said she's mad because she doesn't get the chance to spring her paternity fraud game on athletes. That's diabolical. Daydreaming Tori said, in the end, is she lying? The rate of interracial marriage among NBA players is well documented. See, this is the wait. You also said that Future isn't financially solvent. He filed last year because he couldn't afford his child support. Well, he's a rich dude filing broke. That's the difference. Like if it was an ordinary dude like me filing whatnot or whatever because I couldn't afford it, that actually means that more likely I couldn't afford it. And again, don't have no kids, right? But for somebody of his status to sit up there and do that and to still be rolling around in roses and Rolls Royce and be iced out and all that other stuff, yeah, he ain't broke. He ain't broke. He just basically like, hey, I'm following like chapter 13 real quick. I can't afford this. He can afford it. Like I said, he pulling that what was it, Nicolas Cage? That's what he's doing. That is what he's doing. Devin, what is up? No, at something. The white women invest in their black men, not black women. They only want you when you are winning. Fair, you said, look at Kanye. Marrying outside of your tribe does nothing for your tribe. I mean, that was Kanye's choice. You know, that's what he, opted to do. I mean, he was also with Amber Rose, who was biracial. You know, I guess that counts. Some people will sit up and say it doesn't count. Then he was with Kim Kardashian, the Armenian. I think he was actually with quite a few women other than the sensory or whatever the girl's name is, censor, whatever her name is. I feel like she's like a government FBI agent or something, but with quite a few of them. But like I said, that was his choice. But let me just be real for a minute. Let me just be real for a minute. Again, I have to say it like this. The only thing that people are focused on when we have these conversations when it deals with black men and money, right? It's only the money aspect. I want to know at no point in time when you hear women like this talking about money, do they ever deem or say that these black men are attractive? I just want to put that very much out there. I want to note that. Because again, without the money, would we be having these conversations about any of these athletes or these rappers? Without the money being present, will we still be sitting up there talking about like, oh, look at all of these black men dating out? No, we wouldn't. If we're going to be honest about this whole conversation, black women would not care. Black women do not care about the undesirable, about the ugly, about the broke, about the black men that they deem to be unattractive. But if that broke, or well, I can't say broke. If the unattractive, ugly, or undesirable dude has millions of dollars, now all of a sudden people care about that black man. Like I said, there are conversations within conversations that people just do not want to sit up there and have. If an ugly dude in the black community is walking around, do black women care? No. But if that same ugly dude magically has $100 million and then black women find out about it, do they now care? Yes. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Third said, like I said before, women only care about generational wealth till black men are already rich. Fair use said, she ain't lying. 704 Joe, what is up? You said black man and black woman. Draconian, what is up? There's a reason all dating sites report black as the least preferred demographic. Daydream said Future hasn't married anyone, Seji. He created broken homes. I mean, I didn't say that Future married anybody. I didn't say Future is the king out here when it deals with just like having kids. But again, those women specifically chose to be with Future because they know he has money. It's just like the one woman when Chris Brown was young, and you had like a 30 or a 40-year-old woman that decided to sleep with Chris Brown when he was younger, and she had kids by him. I think she was a nurse. She knew exactly what she was doing because Chris Brown has money. It wasn't because, oh, Chris Brown got game and that. Nah, it's because he's a young dude with money, and she knew how to sit up there and say the right words and say the right things, and there you go. So now she's set for life. Just saying. Somebody said milk doesn't mix with oil. Another person said there are far less entertainers and rappers than sports players. Gail said if Seji files broke, it's going to be potted meat for dinner. I mean, first of all, there's nothing wrong with like roast or some cooking in a crock pot. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Tibby says, Seji, I'm about to get a blonde wig, blue contacts, and red lipstick. Oh, that's crazy. Third said, women like her never care about generational wealth till it's a city bus driver or a McDonald's manager marrying a white woman. Fair Use said it's a Willie Lynch program, demonizing the original man. Shauna said, excuse me, can you all hit the like button, please? Bars, 100% bars. Boogie said K. Kim gave Kanye $50 million. Daydream Tory said, "Why do so many black men actually believe that white women invest in black men when these NBA slash NFL athletes are signed and becoming rich? Where exactly is the investment?" Well, going by the list, right? If we're to go back, hold on. Let me see. Do they have it specifically up there? Let it go. Remember, he's the prize. Integrate yourself. Where in the other version, directly of this, I had a guy that basically had the list up there. Amongst this list, they basically stated the white girl was telling the other white girl, like, hey, for the college athlete, make sure you do all of his homework. Right. He is the gold standard. He is the prize, literally, right? A lot of women like to sit up and say, oh no, men think that they're the prize. In this instance, when you're dealing with an athlete that probably got a $30 million contract and you coming up here broke, he is the prize. He is everything because he's the one that can literally change your life. You cannot change his. That is just a fact. I don't care what people want to sit up there and say about women. You're not going to be able to do what it is that he can sit up there and do. He can literally raise your family from the grave at this moment in time with the money that he got. You still looking at gravestones. Feel what I'm saying? So she was specifically stating in this that, yo, he's the gold standard. He's the star. You sit up there and do his homework. You do everything that needs to be done so that he can just focus on the sports and get everything done so that, yo, within about 2 years or whatnot or whatever, y'all sitting down, he's about to get, going to the Patriots. He's going to the Packers or whoever it is that he's going to, and he's going to get that $30 million contract. And now you're living in a nice house and you don't got to work. You don't got to do nothing. So if we're going to talk about the investment, that's an investment where the woman is sitting up there placing herself in a position where it is beneficial to that man so he can focus on what he needs to do so that he can get that end goal, which is that money. So he can get that contract, that sponsorship. That's that investment. And again, I'm only referencing this, thing here. So I hope that was able to answer the question. Just Reason said Kanye was with Amber Rose, right? D Money said, fun fact, black men date and marry black women at 80%. At 80%, the percentage goes up that the more money the black man makes. Again, less than 1% of black men are professional athletes and yet represent all. This is bars. Tibby said white women wouldn't look at them. Let me see. I'm a little bit confused. Well, I'm trying to catch up on some comments here. Deep Money. Moore said, I disagree because every day black people are with black people. Yeah, that's true. That's bars. Tippy said, well, let's focus on LeBron and Savannah. See, this is the problem with that, Tippy. The craziest thing is I've heard black women call LeBron ugly. They said he is not attractive. The same way that I've seen black women talk about LeBron is the same way that I've seen black women talk about Jonathan Majors. And I showed you the picture of Jonathan Majors before he was famous. Black women were not looking at him. I can guarantee you, black women were not looking at him. Black women ain't really started looking at him up until like Lovecraft Country and Creed. Other than that, black women ain't know who Jonathan Majors was. They did not know who that man was. Black woman online talking about Jonathan Majors said that he got like a slavery or a civil rights face. And I'm like, I ain't never heard any type of stuff. I'm like, wouldn't that be like colorist? Like, I'm like, that sounds crazy. You saying that somebody got a slavery or a civil rights face? That's wild. That is wild. But it'd be like that though. Let me see. Shauna said, I also want to note that keeping in mind that these black men, when they go to all of these white colleges, they're around all white women. So it's kind of hard not to pick one of them. Yep. Fair Use said they see money and melanin in every black man. Shauna said even Lori Harvey decided to be with him. So yeah. Mahoko said at Seji facts. Just Reason said too short, was never attractive. No black women liked him. White others don't care about that. And that's fine. That's bars too. Yeah, that's another person right there. I ain't never heard black women ever in life talk about like, oh yeah, they want to be with Too Short. I ain't never heard that directly in my life at all. I ain't never heard it. Never heard that at all. Never heard it. Never heard it. Moore said black men will always choose the other, and so will a rich, dark-skinned woman because they don't want black children. It nothing but self-hate. Mm. Let me see. Just Reason said Dennis Rodman, no black women liked him. You also said that black women want them after the money. Amari said family over 85 to 90% of black men, including athletes and entertainers, marry black women. Do not allow the minority to trick you into believing all black men marry. But see that, but that's the thing though. I've said that before. I've even given stats directly talking about the marriage rates of black men and black women marrying each other. Even when you walk through the black community, you see black men and women with each other. Now, when you happen to go into more multicultural areas or more predominantly white areas, like, yeah, you're going to sit up there and see in those areas more interracial dating, but that doesn't make up the majority. But it's very difficult to tell people that because people only want to see one thing. If it's dealing with black men and who it is that they date, that's always highlighted. Everybody cares about that. If a black man is married to or dating a black woman, nobody cares. If a black man is dating a Latina, if he's dating an Asian woman, an Arab woman, an Indian woman, or whoever else, everybody cares. There's a lot of black athletes right now as we speak in the NFL and the NBA and UFC who are dating or have kids or have or engaged and married directly to black women. But a lot of these people can't sit up there and tell you their names, but they can tell you the names or show you the pictures of black male athletes who are in interracial relationships. Color me surprised on that. So, like I said, it'd be like that. It be like that. Tippy said maybe we shouldn't focus on these famous athletes. Let's focus on the average black man dating these overweight white women. We need to study that and black women dating the poor brads. That's crazy. Let me see. Pink said Travis Hunter is a prime example. His wife even said that he wasn't her type. Now she got her a ring and a child. Bars. And let's be honest. And let's sit up there and be honest. How many now Pink? Like I said, I done went to school with guys like Travis Hunter. And I didn't sit up there and listen to black girls sit up there and talk. I can sit up there and tell you that if he is in high school and or college, those black girls there were not sitting up there looking at him. They were not running him down. They were not chasing him down. Like I said, I get the reason that he was sitting up there dancing all hyper when he was like finally married, because that was probably like the first, in a sense for him, the first relationship he's actually like been in with somebody. For her, she probably have been in like 99. She's probably been all over the place. But like I said, I gave my warnings directly about that situation, along with the photos and the pictures and everything of the sort. But my main point is that I can point out tons of these young black dudes out here, and I can sit up there and say that young black girls were not sitting up there, or black women were not sitting up there chasing after or finding these dudes to be interested at all. They do not find those dudes to be attractive. Imagine they don't become attractive up until they get money and they're with a woman that does not look like them. Now the attention is on them. Like I said, it's wild. It's wild. Rabbit said at Seiji, there was a scene in Overlord anime where a woman was eyeing a prepubescent boy because she knew he would grow to become rich. Mind you, this woman is a nun and / a saint. Yeah. Yep. I think I know what you're talking about. Reason said always did their homework. Black women don't go to church or college anymore. No. You got black women, and black women are the main ones supporting the church right now. Black women are the main ones supporting the church right now, and black women are going to college. They got I forgot what the specific percentage is, but you got quite a bit of black women out here with degrees, varying degrees, levels of degrees and whatnot. Fair Use said, plus we got so come here with the most. And Hampton said, listen, there are plenty of men who create broken homes. Clint Eastwood, Mick Jagger, Jude Law, Elon Musk, and Rod Stewart. But see, this is the thing though. Nobody cares if white men do it. White men, for me, like I said before, and I reiterated this multiple times through different streams, white men were the first ones that I knew of that created, in a sense, broken homes, like at least when stories were like really told about that, right? When you first really learned, in a sense, about it. That was, in a sense, the first go-to that I learned about, where white dudes and families would be like, yeah, Jan, the West is calling. And I got to leave you, Billy and Steven, here to fend for yourselves. But, Lord have it, I may make it and I may not. But if I do, I'll send you a letter. And that dude left from the East Coast and went out West and started a whole nother family. And he's been there ever since. So it's like, it's wild out there. Parents, their parents too. Jay Wood said, if something right, Biggie there, Aaron Knight. Oh, yeah, talking about the latest. Got you. Tippy said, at the end of the day, I think the majority of black men want black women. Yes, this is correct, Tippy. Fair You said, she's investing, risking her presumed white privilege, insanity. Reason said, black men have a lot of choices. Athletes come from college families. Tippy said, LeBron is not ugly. Just Reason said, sports are not just the United States, Canada football. Tippy said, that's because he was with the white women. Arena overseas international. Boogie said, black women like pretty men. That's bars. That's bars. That is bars. Third said, let's not forget black women clown Michael B. Jordan for years before he hit it big. Bars. And also, let's not also forget, because I remember there were a lot of black women online that both considered both Jonathan Majors and Michael B. Jordan to both be gay. Whenever there are celebrity black male athletes, whenever there are celebrity black male actors, I always see black women online calling these dudes gay. Every single time. I done seen black women call Usher gay. I done seen black women call Jonathan B. and Jonathan, Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors, both gay, and so on and so on and so on. Like I said, it's crazy. And this happens all the time. And I'm like, why is this even a thing? I'm like, how is it possible that you got straight dudes out here and they automatically getting like clowned online when they celebrities? I'm like, this don't even make no sense. This don't make no sense. And then all of a sudden, if they didn't consider Michael B. Jordan to be gay, then it was like, oh, he's dating white women. He's just hiding them. And then when he got with Lori Harvey, everybody shut up. Everybody shut up, and everybody was like Team Lori Harvey. They still was saying a little bit of something about Michael B. Jordan, but it was Team Lori Harvey. And then Lori Harvey sat up there and basically didn't want to be with Michael Jordan. I mean, Michael B. I'm just gonna say Michael B. for short. Because in an interview, it was stated that she was offered marriage, but she didn't want to do it because she said that she was too young. So, like I told people before, if you don't see Michael B. Jordan with another person or trying to be serious, that's why. Because, like I said, as a black man, you try to invest like time and energy, and you think something is real, and you're basically dead set on doing something. And like a lot of women don't understand and realize how much energy it takes in order to strike up the nerve to be like, to look at a woman and be like, yo, that's the woman I want to get married to. Let me go talk to her parents. Let me go, ask her father and whatnot. And let me sit up there and propose. You got to go through hell and high water in order to do this. All for a woman to sit up there and tell you no. Oh yeah, it's time to walk. It's time to walk. It ain't no like, yo, we can still be friends. No. Once you say no to that, you say no to everything. There is no coming back for that. Ain't no coming back for that. Like I said, that's crazy. But people don't want to talk about that though. Rabbit said, I forgot some black women said Jonathan Majors has a slavery / civil rights face. That was crazy self hate. Yep. Mo said personally, I like that's crazy. Fair Use said, when our people don't love or want themselves, just Reese said, not true. We still in labor shades. They want white women and these black men want, wait. He says something, the stats, they want white women in these black men and want white women, and white and black men want white women and black women want. Okay, I guess I don't know what he's saying. Daydreaming Tory said, where does the lie come from? Are we not supposed to believe our eyes regarding wealthy black people? Stats changing when factoring wealth. I mean, you can again, this is what I would tell people to do. If people are really interested, I really feel like people just are doing it for the sake of arguing versus actually, going and looking case by case when it deals with all of the black athletes in sports. Because you will find them either with a girlfriend, a fiance, or a wife. NFL, NBA, and other sports directly out there. But like I said, nobody's going to go by by case basis in order to get well-rounded numbers. People are going to go with the outliers, the ones that don't even make up the majority, in order to basically state that, oh yeah, this is all black men right here. Yeah, all black men, they just want to be with white women and women of other races, and they don't want to be with black women because they hate themselves. They got self-hatred, colorism, and da 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 da. They're trying to be white while still being black, and you know, just saying. Tethernator, what is up? You said I love to see black love bars. Yo, Jack, what is up? You said preach, brother. Just said black girls don't go to HBCUs or states anymore. That's where they are. Tippy said black people do care. There's pages of showing praise and only black love. But let's be real, Tippy. On average, people don't like seeing positive stuff. Case in point, this whole situation dealing with, who black men are dating. In a sense, it's just negative stuff. If people wanted to see like the whole reverse, then we would see within the black community and everywhere else, we would always see a lot of this stuff being portrayed, black love and all this other type of stuff. Even online, that's not what we see every single day. People are focused on all this, other type of like whatnot or whatever. Awaken, what is up? You said a lot of black men that marry out are not rich or wealthy. What was it? Berryman, what is up? You said the same in Hispanic community, Latinas marrying white guys. I mean, that's true, but they automatically, consider themselves or are classified as white. So, Fair, you said Tab and Chance Brown, great examples of moving up like the Jeffersons together. Joe said, Negro, nobody in UFC dates black women. I was just listing all sports, but I'm pretty sure that you could find somebody. Just saying. Just saying. Let me see. Hoodrich said, hey, those overweight white women have good credit. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Let me see. This man says slander against coleslaw will get you banned. That's crazy. Joe said neither were white women. They wouldn't chase Travis down. Tippy said nobody liked me in college. They wanted them fast. White girls, LOL. So I mean, well, basically, Tippy, that just means you dodged a lot of bullets. So that is a positive on your end. You might just look at it like that. Just look at it like that. Shauna says, Seji, honestly, to each is his own. You know it to be like that. I mean, that's true. Reason said in the 70s, black men paraded big fat white women around and were proud. Beautiful children, though. Those children marry dark men. Men, dark women. Okay. Sometimes it's like I can kind of follow what you're saying, and then the other times I don't know. Maybe you might be using speech to talk. You said not those churches are mostly Southern Baptists. Maybe you might be talking about like some down south, type of stuff. Because yeah, I wasn't seeing nothing like that up north. Somebody said you just want white women. Yeah, you just talking. Tippy said Kevin he dumped his wife and got with a lighter girl. Why he didn't stay with his first wife? I don't even know. What Kevin are you talking about? Reason said AC Green Lakers never dated black women. He a very pro black cool guy. Said hurt whatever. Reason said yes, black men do. Their parents want black women as well too. Fair Use said white pastor left his wife for an old black lady because she won the lottery. Ain't y'all seen the movie Killers of the Father? No, I ain't seen that. They're females. Rabbit said white men love or have been creating broker homes since the colonization, not even slavery. Oh yeah. Yeah, Timothy said black women have bad attitudes mostly and will disrespect you in a New York minute. Just recent said facts about the gay stereotype. Yep. Shauna said, oh no, they say that because they don't, because Jonathan Majors and Michael B. Jordan and anybody else don't want to be with them. So there's their go-to. Tippy said, at the end of the day, I want a black man. Jay, what is up? He said, not all black women bring peace. Some will trap a black male also. It comes from the upbringing. Daydreaming Tory said the problem is the belief that only black women seek financially solvent men. All groups of women seek men that can provide. Athletes are a terrible example to use for the comparison. I mean, well, we got to use that for the moment in time due to the conversation that's being had. The only time that people really want to focus on interracial dating, like I said before, is okay. Let me broaden it. When it deals with rappers and when it deals with athletes. If it deals with black men who just have standard issue jobs, who are living paycheck to paycheck, black women out here ain't worrying about who it is that they're dating. Now, if those same black men happen to run into some money, hit the lottery, or become famous, now all of a sudden that dude is on black women's radar. Then they said black women are also fat nowadays. Fair, you said don't bring her home if she can't use your comb. Reason said they say they're weirdos too for having eclectic taste. Yeah, that's true. That is bars. Like what was it? Noah Wiles. You had black women online trying to sit up there and clown that dude. Back when he was like running track before he got married, you had black women trying to clown that dude either because of his hair, him, like in anime or Pokemon cards, like whatever it was, they were just sitting up there trying to clown him. And then once he got married to his black wife, then they tried to sit up there and find a problem with how it is that he responded to like the dress or whatnot. Like it was all over the place. Like I said, I get it. A lot of those women just wanted that black woman that they didn't know nothing about to be married to a white dude. I get it. I get it. I get it. Renee, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? You said so he's talking about dating. Yeah. This is what basically white women had set up there listed online about how to get a black athlete. Timmy said, I think Michael B received backlash because black women helped further his fame until we saw his ass on the boat with the white girls. But see, this is the thing, Tibby. Michael B. Jordan, before black women even knew who he was on General Hospital. He was on General Hospital. He was on a wire. Again, black girls and black women was not sitting up here checking for him. For me, I feel like they wasn't really checking for him up until like, let's say Chronicle. Well, no, I say probably white women was checking for him, right? When it dealt with the movie Chronicle. Once he started showing up in other films, like you had like the Fruitville, you had the Creed, and you had Black Panther, especially Black Panther. I feel like for me, Black Panther was when black women really started looking at Michael B. Jordan. That was all of a sudden like black women everywhere wanted a Killmonger. Like magically, black women knew the comic book characters dealing with Black Panther. It's like all of a sudden because of Michael B. Jordan. Before that, Black women didn't care nothing about that comic. They didn't care nothing about that at all. You know. Shauna said, "How about they go to people who like them?" Joe said, "Jonathan will still be chasing white women if he didn't have that situation." I mean, whatever he was going to do is whatever he want to, sit up there and do. Like I said before, realistically speaking, if you go by what is being stated online by black women and how black women agreed, a lot of black women don't even find Jonathan Majors attractive at all. At all. That's zero at all. So it's like, would it even really matter if Jonathan Majors was with a white woman right now? If the situation didn't go how it went, would it really matter if Jonathan Majors was with a white woman? If black women don't even find him attractive and they're openly stating this online? It shouldn't. And that's my main point. It's like, all right, y'all want to focus on what y'all deem to be the most attractive. All right, cool, got it. But the black guys out here that y'all consider not to be attractive, why be focused on what it is that they dating? Because you feel like the money could benefit you? Like, come on. Come on now. Like the craziest part is like when it deals with like a lot of situations where people want to bring up black men and money. People make it seem like black men are the only ones that are rich that got some money out here. You got black women out here that got money and they not doing nothing for the community either. They're not even doing nothing for other black women. So like it's crazy how on one end it's like don't we got Serena directly up out here? Ain't she married to like a whole white dude and she got kids? What's Serena doing for the black community with all of those riches? What is she doing continuously? Don't nobody care. Even if Serena is doing something right now, don't nobody care. Ain't nobody trying to question it. Ain't nobody trying to look into it because don't nobody care. Like I said, Oprah got money. What's she doing? I know she built that school in Africa. Like I said, it's crazy work out here, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Born Again said, "Why are people so concerned with the color of a person you're with instead of if you're happy or not?" D Money said, "My stance is clear. I want a black woman." This man crazy. This man tried to pull them all. I almost read that whole comment. It almost got me. Timmy said, "No, I didn't say G. If I was fast like them, maybe I'll be on a yacht. I should have lied and manipulated them." This woman. Oh man. Yeah, Joe was just talking in that conversation. It's crazy. Renee said, "Do you believe in interracial relationships that they are more likely to be taken out by their spouses?" It's possible. It is highly possible. It just depends on the situation and if money or whatnot or whatever is involved. It's highly possible. Like I said, we saw that young girl that went to Tanzania. We saw that young black girl, and she was supposedly about to get married to that white dude, crypto bro. And he came back home, all safe and sound, full health, and she did not. He left her with the ancestors. It's crazy work. Mogul says, "Seji, what are your thoughts about Stefan Diggs' court case? That dude is innocent and he won his case, and that woman is a straight liar." Oh, you weren't here when I went over that in the live stream previously, but yeah, I had I went over no, or did I do a video? I forgot, maybe it was both, but I did do a video on it. And like I said, you got a lot of women that's out here talking about believe all women. And that breaks the credibility of that whole saying when you got a woman on the stand lying full-fledged. And she's basically lying because of hurt feelings, that she didn't get specifically what it is that she desired, which is probably a relationship with that dude or whatnot or whatever, because he was still with Cardi B at the time and all this other type of stuff. So, like I said before, she was she was trying to, expand her role. And like I said, her role was more than likely being on the side and being his cook. And then Cardi B was basically the main woman that he was with basically during the time. And she wanted to be more than that. And I'm like, yeah, you overstepping your boundaries. Like I said, I'm not sitting up there condoning cheating or anything like that. But like I said, she knew exactly what it was and how she was supposed to move. And she got caught up and she got feelings being stupid. And this is what, got her directly in court. This is why she was looking stupid. Like she was looking all around. She was looking to God, Satan. She was looking to Buddha. She was looking to Moloch. She was looking to any god possible that could sit up there and give her the precise answers that she needed in that court case. And then you even had her own lawyers giving like their last statement, sitting up here talking about like, is our client, the most perfect or the best witness? No, she's not. When your lawyers are saying that, it's over. You lost. You cooked. 100%. 100%. Hero said not guilty. Bourne said, if we know all color of people come from black people, why does color become an issue? Hero said, the corny kid, right? Michael B. Yep. Shauna said, I do. Let me see. Jug said, that thread really ain't that deep. Just be a pick me. Fair, you said, excuse me, that's why they knocked the noses off of the pyramids. So you'll think that they came from the slaves and the pharaoh. Shauna said, I find him attractive. Let me see. I just noticed your name. Your name is T Diddy. That's crazy. Oh man, y'all with these names out here, that is wild. That is 100% wild. Let me see some real quick. Yo, that is wild. That's crazy. That is wild. That's crazy. That name caught me directly off guard. I'm like, am I reading that right? Yo, that's crazy. You said you find what are you talking about Michael B. Jordan and Jonathan Majors? I think maybe I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Either which one you said aesthetically the person is nice, but you're not attracted to them. Gotcha. Renee said, do you believe when a black man dates a white woman, it's usually a leftover white woman, or do you believe when a black woman dates a white guy, it's a leftover white man? The thing that I've always basically heard people state is that everybody's always stated that, whenever a black dude basically dates whoever, it's a throwaway. And I'm like, that's crazy. Because I'm like, do we say the same thing when white dudes are dating black women? I've never heard nobody sit up there and call a black woman a throwaway when she's with, a Brad or a Kevin. I've never heard that. I've never even heard a black dude even sit up and say that. I'm like, so that's wild work. So I'm like, all right, so if black dudes basically get somebody of a different race, it's automatically like a leftover, it's a throwaway, right? Basically trying to say that they're trash. But in the reverse, right? So I'm guessing that if a white man gets a black woman, he got the cream of the crop. He got the best of the best. I'm just confused. I'm just confused. Like I said, I don't know who comes up with a lot of this stuff or these theories, but to me, that's crazy. Because I'm just trying to figure out who basically states what's a throwaway and what's not a throwaway. Because I'm like, I feel like anytime if a black dude is either seen or dating a woman of another race, everybody want to say that, yeah, you're dating the bottom of the barrel. You just got a throwaway. But like I said, I don't know. It just seems crazy to me. Tippy said, can't blame him. And yes, we want more Killmongers, highly masculine, strong. A leader, a fighter. Yes, we want that to see black men wire like Killmonger. What's wrong with that? T Diddy, we said, we want the money to stay in our race. Fair you said, even a baby dinosaur is cute, but it's going to grow up and be a monster. T Diddy said, we giving her the side eye. Third said, like I said, women only care about black generational wealth, black men's generational wealth till we are already rich. T Diddy said, she gave a bunch of cars away though. LOL. Mahoko said I was Seiji. I'm sorry. Wait. Oh no, it's cool if you like. No, it's all good. It's all good. What was it? Shauna said, hit that like button, bars. Tippy said these black athletes in college are not poor. They get money, so these white women only care about money. What else we got? Tippy says, so black women should accept the struggle of while white women lie and manipulate. Tippy, you missed the whole part where even Dr. Umar stated that white women will see these black athletes at the beginning. They'll basically see a diamond in the rough, for lack of a better word, diamond in the rough, right? And they're willing to sit up there and try to dig for that diamond and to sit up there and sculpt it in the be there to polish it to get the end result, right? Which is basically, that ring and whatnot, whatever. In comparison, Dr. Umar stated that black women are not trying to do that. They're not trying to dig for anything. They're not trying to polish. They're not trying to sculpt. They're not trying to shape. They just want the end result. So, like I said, even if when it gets to the point where Dr. Umar has to call this out, it's a problem. It's a problem. But like I said, I had when I looked online and I saw that, I noticed that magically a lot of black women who normally would always be bigging up and praising Dr. Umar, they were eerily absent when it came directly down to that video and him, being like fed up on that instance. And like I said, he didn't give excuses to black men, but he was listing more giving more context to everything and whatnot. Renee said, interesting. I agree. Why do people say this? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. It only happens when it deals with black men. Like I said, out of all of the things that I've been able to hear online, that's not something that I hear. Even when you got black dudes that got problem with black women and with interracial dating or whatnot or whatever, that's not something that I even normally hear them say, calling black women throwaways when they're with white dudes. That's not even something that's a part of the normal vocabulary. And I'm like, the only time I happen to hear this throwaway talk is when it deals with white women being with black men. And I hear that type of talk directly from white men, and I hear from black women. I'm like, man, that's crazy. I'm like, they both agreeing on something? That's diabolical. But, it'd be like that, Renee said a throwaway or not. What? Fair Use said, my family used to call my cuz white baby mama fat and nasty, but he married a black woman. Wow, that's crazy. LK said they act like white men always moving the post. Tibby said, no, I see a lot of black men say that black women should lower the standards while white women lie to black men and get rich using his money. Renee said, what statistics does Dr. Umar have? Wait, on which part? You're talking about the white woman basically, in a sense, being there at the beginning and going through the whole walk? I think he was more so looking at it from the aspect of the colleges, because that's the main thing that everybody talks about when it deals with black men. When black men are athletes, when they're going through college, they're always with all of these white women and rah 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 rah, right? That's what people tend to focus on and talk about. So I'm guessing that is the context for Dr. Umar, because he also did list the PWIs, because along with him stating that, talking about, black women and how that basic thing happens, he also said that he wasn't given an excuse for black men to sit up there and be in interracial relationships, because he is against that. And he also stated that this also heavily is directly on the parents for sending their sons away to those predominantly white colleges, because the end result is going to be that they're going to end up with somebody's white, because that's all that they're around. So if you're basically around this, that's what you're going to sit up there and happen to seek out, or they're going to seek you out. Now, in other instances, you got people, which I find to be crazy, right? I don't like the fact when people want to sit up there and tell folks that, yo, no matter where you are, you need to go out there and go seek somebody black. I'm like, yo, at the end of the day, a lot of people are not about to put a whole bunch of effort into stuff. If they can find somebody that basically wants to date them and somebody that's reasonable, that they can get along with, they're going to sit up there and date exactly where it is that they are. You're not going to sit there and have people going across the world, but primarily for whatever reason, people feel that no matter where a black man is, he needs to make it his job to go out there and find somebody that is black. But specifically, it has to be a specific type of black. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, so black men got to do this arduous task of trying to, be wherever it is that they are at this moment, trying to establish themselves, and they got to sit up there and then go across the world to basically find specifically a black woman. I'm like, man, this is crazy, because I'm like, I don't hear the same thing in reverse. I don't hear people telling black women like, hey, no matter what you're doing around the world, make sure you go out there and find you a black man. I don't hear that conversation. That is not a conversation that gets had. It's like, hey, black women, go wherever you are in the world, go to where it is that you're loved. Go to where it is that you're appreciated and respected and valued. That's what I hear. I'm like, this is so lopsided right now. Timmy said they're doing that just to get money. They don't really care about them. Yo, Sham, what is up? What is up? What is up? Sham said, how can I polish a diamond when I haven't even polished myself yet? I mean, that's bars. That is bars. That is bars. Oh, that's crazy. Yo, Johnny, what is up? You said when my car broke down the next day, my black girlfriend left me. I'm not even lying, and she was 5 months pregnant. Yo, that's wild. I don't even know what to tell you about that one. That is that's tough. Renee said, do you believe when a woman has more children, she can be emotionally absent to their children? I mean, yeah, because she's not gonna be able to focus. She can barely even focus on herself. So it's like, how is she going to have the time and the energy to focus on, 5, 6, or, whatever amount of kids? Like if it's 1, maybe 2 kids, it's possible for her to, basically be there. But it's like, you got to divide yourself multiple ways. And then on top of that, you got to try to be there for yourself. And then on top of that, you got people, you got to be there for the job and your whole other family. And then on top of that, you got women trying to sit up there and work on or find a relationship. So, it's a lot. It is a lot. This man D Money is. Yo, that's crazy. All these conversations, man. Let me tell you something. Timmy said nobody tells white women to lower their standards. They only tell black women that. Okay. So maybe the standards thing, maybe there needs to be like a reference point when it deals with this. From my perspective, when it deals with somebody telling black women to lower their standards, my perspective is that you have ordinary guys who are making a decent or, a nice living. And they're saying like, hey, open up the gates to potentially, see what can happen, between, me and you or whatnot or whatever, to see if we match up and all this other type of stuff. And you have black women out here, they're like, no. They're like, well, I'm not doing a standard issue job. I have several degrees. I have a home. I have cars. I'm traveling. I'm vacationing. I'm seeing the world, seeing the sights. I make 100 or 150 or whatever a year. I'm not about to sit up there and lower the bar so somebody that's making 60 to 70 can try to be with me. No. So I think that's what guys are basically talking about. But I'm like, you know what? And this is when I said before, I'm like, this is why, in a sense, I don't really so much say a lot of the stuff that I used to say, because I'm looking at all of these conversations that women are having online about guys who are making normal money and how it is that those guys are deemed to, in a sense, be worthless. Not worth the time and the energy of a relationship or love or anything like that. I'm like, man, that's tough. So because you're making more, that dude is basically worth less. And there's nothing that he can do for you. Okay. So, this is why I sat up there and said before, it'd be like that. And the other crazy part is there was an article. Funny enough, I'm doing this live stream. I should have this little snapshot directly up here. There was this article from Essence, since we're touching directly on this, right? And again, you can see this is from Essence official Twitter. They said how being a dog mom is offering black women an alternative to motherhood. The irony about this is that before he died, Kevin Samuels sat up there and told some of the women there that were calling in, where they had all of these, fantastical type of deal breakers, that you should just live alone and just get a dog. And you had women that wanted to sit up there and clown him, and they wanted to say this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff, right? They wanted to say he was wrong and that he just hates black women. But now you got Essence. We're not talking about Rolling Stone or Variety or whatever other white media magazine out here. You got Essence sitting up here telling and saying that, hey, black women, this is how we moving now. We going out here, we're getting dogs, and that we're being dog moms and stuff. Crazy work. It's diabolical. That is diabolical. Sham said, you struggle, we struggle together. That's black women. I can bring us to being diamonds. You want polish, you got to get that from women who don't struggle. Yo, lunch. What is up? What is up? What is up? Fair, you said melanin rules the world. Money comes and goes. Sam said Tippy isn't standard exception argument. This is a poverty versus rich argument. Our people struggle. Not a lot of black women got it like that. We work with what we got. Renee said they should stop saying find someone black without asserting a criteria of values someone holds. Just because you date someone black, they could be emotionally unstable and etc. Yeah, that's facts. But this is the thing. The only time where the criteria matters, people always state that, yo, you find a black man of XYZ and all this other type of stuff. When it deals with the same thing, when it's like, okay, what's the criteria for black women? People are like, no, there doesn't need to be a criteria. It's a black woman. That's all you need. And I'm like, how do we just do? It's like all of this stuff people pile on, and the black man is supposed to just be this. It's like you got to be better than Jesus to have a shot to really have a chance. But when it is a black woman, it's like no, they don't need no criteria. Just them being a black woman, because they are the universe. Just them just being that's enough. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. I'm like, that's wild. And like I said, this is I'm listening to Brother Umar, and I'm listening to black women directly out here on social media. And that's the interpretation that I'm getting from all of these podcasts, from all of these conversations, from all sides, talking and having this conversation. Tippy said, not saying black women should only get the top rich black guy. LOL, nothing wrong with dating a guy flipping burgers when you're doing the same job. But Tippy, this is the funny part. You have women out here talking about that they would not date a guy. They would not date or be in a relationship with a guy working the same job. So if a woman is flipping burgers and taking the bus in order to get to and from home, you got women out there be like, no, I'm not dating you. And I'm like, what? I'm like, are y'all not doing the same thing? I'm like, why would you need a dude that's doing better? I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, the delusion. I'm like, we're lost out here. I'm like, it is 1,000% insane directly out here listening to some of these conversations. Third said, exactly. No one is telling WNBA players to marry black men, no matter his financial circle. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. That is facts. I expect to see probably at one of these days, like Angel Reese is going to be with somebody. And if it's a black dude, I'll be surprised. I will be surprised. I'm just going to be honest. Because all the stuff that I heard her sit up there and say, directly online and stuff, I'm like, yeah, it's starting to sound real crazy. Sam said, what the white women are after isn't a black man or a black man with a struggle. They're after black dollars. She can polish him because she got white dollars to do so. Love Big said this is basic. Tippy said a lot of delusional black women was complaining about the Cheesecake Factory. That was lame. Yep. And that was a classic one. And that was all over the internet. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, Cheesecake Factory is a deal breaker? What? Like, yo, it was crazy. That was a crazy time. Love said, these are the basics for any woman to get a man. Fair, you said I had my wife fiancés. Huh? I'm highly that just took a turn. So you said you had a fiancés That's crazy. That's just you just got some bad luck there. I don't know what to tell you. That's wild. Sham said, black women, we polish in our own ways. He's struggling. I'm struggling too. We work with what we got, get you out of your rut, support you, and stand by you and bring the family up together. I am the captain now, said only black women expect black men to accept them with multiple kids and multiple men. Sham said, oh, the Cheesecake Factory food ain't that good. Tippy cheesecake is good, but the food isn't. It's subpar. Yeah, that's true. The food ain't great. It ain't. Third said, if you think ordinary men is lowering your standards, then don't complain when brothers seek women of other races. Tippy said, dang, that sucks because I really want to go to the Cheesecake Factory. Love Big said, no one is telling black women to lower their standards. We are telling them to date their real standard. Can't have 3 baby daddies and expect a 6-figure man. Renee said, do you believe romantic movies delude black teenagers into a false idea of what a relationship is? We don't even really have romantic movies anymore. Pretty much, if anybody is a teenager or a young adult, they've been watching, Snowfall, maybe some Tyler Perry or whatever else that they got directly up out there, like Bad Girls Club and all this other stuff. Anything that's reality TV show based, that's pretty much the movies at this moment in time. So is there a type of delusion? Yes. Because now we're living at a point in time where a lot of these young girls who are teenagers, these young black female teenagers, they feel that a 15 or a 16-year-old should be able to finance them. He should automatically have a car. He should be able to buy them, whatnot or whatever expensive gifts for their birthdays. Because not only are they learning that by way of the media that is out there, they're also learning that from older women as well. And that's one of the dangers that I try to tell a lot of women out here. I'm like, yo, a lot of these conversations that older women like that are in their, their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s that they're having on TikTok about men who have money. They're giving this type of talk there, but they're also speaking to the younger generation, and the young girls want to be older, right? And then you got older women that want to be younger. So it's all over the place right now. It's L's, as I would like to say, L's all over the place. House of L's. That's clearly where we're at. Sham said, standards are just a fantasy, as is expectations. If you have expectations in a person that doesn't even exist, you live a fantasy of what a man/woman is. No one will be able to fulfill that fantasy. That's true. Fair Use said, I'm more than good now. Dodged both of those bullets. That's good. That is good at Fair Use. Shauna said, I don't know. I love black men and I don't want anybody else. I got you. I see you. I see you. Gail says, Seji, in all reality, you have no kids. I mean, technically, yeah. Technically. Tippy said, I just said nothing wrong. If a guy is flipping burgers, I think nobody gets what I'm saying. I'll shut up. Tippy, we heard what you we heard what you was saying, Tippy. We heard what you was saying. Shauna said, find someone who loves you. Renee said, I agree, bro. They should put a value system and be held accountable. What was it? Sham said, if you want more, a better date night food. If you want a better date night food, better date night food place, I recommend Cajun Seafood Places. A bit pricey, but very tasty for a date night. If you're looking for something more fancy, try a steakhouse. Oh, you said if he owns the bus. Oh, yeah. You're talking about I can't think of the black lady's name. Oh my goodness. Because I remember the whole conversation. It was crazy. That was that one woman who basically was stating that she'll just be like a single mother. She'll go to like a sperm bank and get pregnant or something like that. And she would not date a bus driver, and bus drivers may get money, but she was just like, look, she was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. I'm like, okay, you got that, champ. You got it. OG said, imagine dating a WNBA player. You actually have to watch it. I mean, I sit up there and watch it. You know, like I said before, like if it got to the point of uh dating a woman in sports, I'm gonna be the number one fan. I got the jersey, I got like mugs. If she don't got a mug, I'm making one. It's like I said, that's how I would be. Like I said, I'll be supportive. You know, like I said, I'll be up there cheerleading in the stands. Let me tell you. Gail said, I'd rather a chick be a dog mom than give birth to a reek she ain't prepared or equipped to handle. And he ended up spinning the block before 13 years of age. Sham said steakhouses aren't pricey until you order like an expensive steak and whatnot. You can get just as good as desserts and nice menu as the Cheesecake Factory. Fair Use said, now I can laugh about it all. That's good. That's good. OG said, I used to work at Cheesecake Factory. It's a very nice place to take a date, or used to be. Nice atmosphere, huge portions, and great dessert. What woman wouldn't be happy with that? Hey, Miss Nova, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? TB said, I agree with that. Sham said, man, the Cheesecake Factory food has no taste or seasoning. It's not that good. It'll be a deal breaker for me. Bread is hard as nails, no seasoning. Perfect for a white girl date night, maybe. Oh, that's crazy. Third said, oh, I'm glad I'm not the only one thinking the Cheesecake Factory menu is overrated. Lunch said, I was there for like 5 minutes before I remembered to hit the like button. Mods, I'm gonna need you to remember to tell people to hit the like button. Renee said, do you believe reality TV reflects culture's ills and its programming teens to behave in a way? Yes and no. Because everything has an influence. Before a lot of these teenagers can actually reach the television or watch reality TV, a lot of them learn stuff from home. I got videos right now. I actually got a video recently where you got women that's out there fighting for no reason, like literally just sitting up there fighting. I don't know if they're drunk or whatever it is, but they just decided to start swinging on one another. And then you got their friends or associates egging the whole situation directly on. And the two women are not even level headed enough to understand that you are the circus, that they are the clowns in the circus, and everybody else is just laughing and egging us on for their own entertainment. Like I said, it's crazy. And then when you turn on the television, right, you got the whole thing of like, let's say Zeus Network, Bad Girls Club, which is primarily placed there for the demographic of both gay men and black women. That's the primary demographic when it deals with Zeus Network, the baddies, the Bad Girls Club, and all this other type of reality TV trash garbage that's directly out there. A lot of that has a heavy influence. Like, so, both areas have a very heavy influence when it deals with, young black teenagers and, how they decide to model themselves and their actions when they go out in public. Miss Nova said, I might have to shift my focus to making black rom or rom-com films since there's a need for them. Bars. We need that. It is a necessity, and everything needs to be written in-house. All black everything. Because like I said before, it's crazy out here where you want to deal with representation of seeing you and maybe things that you've experienced or went through or stories that you may want to see, and you don't get a chance to see it, or if it's written by a white writer's room. And it's like it doesn't make any sense. They can't write anything for the black experience because they're not black. What was it? Felton, what is up? You said OMG, the self-hate in here is so real. Social media is not a real place, and people just be on the internet and say I know things to get a reaction. I mean, I guess like I said, people want to say this is the tough part. Social media is a double-edged sword. You do have real people, everyday people on the internet talking, giving their opinions, giving their perspectives. To, in a sense, ignore that will be quite foolish and also quite dangerous. Case in point, just for a side note for another situation, Chud the Builder. When you decide to sit up there and ignore stuff just because you feel like it's just some internet type of stuff, that's the most dangerous thing to do, because the moment in time that you ignore a problem or a situation is going to get worse. Like I said, this is why they always tell people to go to the doctor and get your annual checkups, because you never know what, underlying problems or issues that you may have, right? So, don't sit up there and be ignorant of the stuff that's going on, on social media, whatnot, whatever. Uh, like I said, art imitates life, life imitates art. Whatever is happening directly on social media or in reality TV, television, is going to bleed directly into reality. What's happening in reality is going to bleed directly into, those other forms of mediums. OG said Cheesecake Factory Ranch House Burger when I worked. Those are the best burgers I ever had. More than 3/4 pounds of beef. And it was $13 along with fries, over 6 feet tall. I couldn't fit. Nah, that's crazy. That's too much burger. Too much burger. Gail said, hit the like button. It will be gladly appreciated. That's bars. Tippy said, nothing wrong with dating. Garbage man, don't put me in a high maintenance woman category because I'm not this woman. Lunch said, uh, thank you, Gail. OG said, garbage man in Los Angeles make about 75,000 a year. I mean, 75, that's not bad. Renee said, how does hip hop trap music impose a false idea on black teens on how to behave in dating? It gives I will put it as, it gives false expectations with a lot of things, and a false sense of security in a sense. So false sense of security will come in where you got the guys that flash some money and whatnot, whatever, and then you got the young girls out here really thinking that those guys got it, and they don't. False sense of security. They don't really have anything. They have no real type of money, no type of wealth. It's fast money, and as easy as fast money comes, that's as easy as fast money goes. Um, Expectations when it deals with the aspect of the guys thinking that the girls really want them and da da da. Actually, they don't. They're just there because of the money. They're there because of the flash. They're there because of what it is that you can provide them, which in a sense is a jump off point for easy celebrity or easy access to money, or the access that they need in order to get to other guys that are not you. So for me, it plays games on both sides. It gives false hope, false sense of security, false expectations. It doesn't show the reality of dating and or life. Um, it teaches them how to treat each other and to see and deem each other in a negative light. It doesn't teach any type of respect, any type of value. It doesn't teach any type of trust or love. You know, it's bad all around. Bad all around. Sorry. OG said Cajun food is a trap. It's supposed to be like Creole, but the white people make it. Try it if you want to. One of our people wouldn't be carried away about it. Let me see. Wait, Gail said burglar. What are you talking about? What is Gail talking about? Tippy said, so what if he makes that as a garbage man? He's not broke. Nothing is wrong with that. OG said, 75K is good money. Good luck to women who want more. Tippy said, I saw a picture of a husband, a garbage man, and his wife kissing him on the back of the truck. It was beautiful. You must be looking at some old time pictures. D Money said, feels like Cedric is about 20 to 25 minutes back in the comment section. I mean, that's possible. I mean, I'm looking. You wrote that comment at 2:55, and it's about 3:02 right now. So I'm almost there. It ain't exactly 25, but OG said, I'm at around 50K a year, but I live in California. Dating isn't worth it. It's spent 150 to be told that you don't make enough money. Nah, Queen, I'm good. Renee said, "Do you believe Black American men want revenge on white men?" Um, I would say that it's more than likely there, but that's more so on the back burner in a sense. That's not anything at the forefront. Like if it's the reverse, if you were to sit up there and like look at a lot of these white boys directly out there, a lot of that stuff is at the forefront for them. Like they the ones that want like a race war and all this other type of stuff. Black dudes are pretty much, for all intents and purposes, even with the history of America, pretty much chill, pretty much relaxed. We're just managing, right? Which is technically it's healthy and unhealthy at the same time, because managing doesn't really mean that you're in a sense dealing with the problem. You're just like, letting stuff simmer. You just got it on low heat at this moment in time because you got so much other things to focus on when it deals with the house, like both inside and outside of the house. Right. So mentally, black men are just we're just trying to move. We're just trying to just live, exist, and just be and just make things do what it do. But that's tough because we're always on, in a sense, the defense because we're getting attacked from like every single angle known to man, literally. Like it's not, I can't give you not one angle that black men are not being attacked by. Like I said, in one instance, like we're broke. Another instance, we must always love white women and women of other races. Another instance, we hate ourselves. We hate the women of our community. We don't want to be fathers. We don't want to be providers. We don't want to get married to black women. We can't afford black women. We're not sitting up there making enough. We're not educated enough. We don't have the homes. We don't have the cars. We don't have the land. We're not fighting back. We're not the leaders that we need to be. Black women are outdoing us. This like it's just it's tough. It is tough. It is tough. It is tough. And even as a black man, I can't even really put things into words for you. Like I don't even think I can articulate it as best as I possibly could, because it's like you're just living and going through it. I don't know, like I almost feel like that's a little bit of a tough question to answer in a sense, because there's a lot of things there. It's a lot of things. It's like I don't know. Maybe in the future I can come back to it, one day. Third said early 2000s had black rom-coms. No more. No, thank you. What was it? Yo, so what is up? You love hip hop, housewives of Atlanta, etc. Used to tell my mother years ago that these types of shows aren't on anything positive. No need for her to keep watching. That's bars. That's bars. Renee said, "Why do you say no? Thank you to black." You replying to I think third. Let me see. OG said Beverly Hills House was the same thing. Doesn't matter the skin color. They take the most ratchet people because they're more exciting. Nobody thinks all black people behave that way. I'm going to give pushback on that. You can both look online and you can also look outwardly. Because the problem with this is that you got a lot of folks that are not going to be 100% honest up until they're mad. I didn't see people of all races feel and believe that black people in general are just aggressive. So to say that nobody thinks that all black people behave a certain type of way or move a certain, that's BS. That's BS. You even have police officers that are on tape stating how they deem black people to be. And those are cops. That's law enforcement. They're supposed to uphold the law. They are the law. The whole Judge Dredd, I am the law. That whole thing, right? But you got them acting that way. You got wardens of over jails and prisons saying the exact same thing. You got actual judges and DAs and so on and so on and so on. So No, you got people out here. You just got to pay attention. Sham said, wasn't the last rom-com Holly Berry, Tucson something? Haley Berry? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I just can't name it for you though. Let me see what else we got. OG said, example, I've literally never seen a female twerk in person, and I lived in Los Angeles for 20 years. Only seen it on social media. Most black women don't behave that way, and it is obvious. Well, I grew up in Detroit. And I can sit up there and tell you, I didn't seen both in high school and outside of high school, I done seen women twerking. So everybody lives different experiences. and you're talking to a brother ain't never been to a strip club. So this don't got nothing to do with a strip club. So, but I've seen that out there in public. So, just putting it, just saying, we, come from two different sides of America. Tippy said, I wouldn't care if he worked at Walmart. Does he work out and knows how to fix cars? Maybe he can teach me something. LOL. Lunch said 100%. Fair use said these people come here, second generation millionaires. Meanwhile, we have been here the whole time, denied the same opportunities. It is rigged. OG said the thing about black guys or so-called black guys, we're not tripping. Sham said, I think so. Black people don't have time for that ish. Revenge costs money, energy, and time, something we don't have. I think white people are going to get a mess around and find out moment if they keep poking the bear. I mean, well, there's no more poking the bear, at least for this moment in time, because the FBI is actually dealing with Chud, the builder. Because I'm probably going to do a short form video directly on that. Because I found that actually pretty interesting when I found that trending. So yeah, the FBI done got involved. So if the FBI got to sit up there and tell you to stop, you may want to stop because they may know something that you don't. Because they're like, yeah, you're going to cause something that we don't need to happen right now. So we may want to relax. Tippy said, I saw a video of a tall, muscular black man doing construction. Dear Lord. OG said, this isn't our first rodeo. So-called black men face the toughest treatment of any human in America, and we still entertain y'all and protect you. We are not tripping. Renee said, do you believe that the media makes it out that black American men are more hateful towards each other than what meets the eye? I guess you could sit up and put it at like a 50-50. Right. Of course we got, problems both, within the community and things of that nature. And, when you're within proximity, to yourself, you're going to be more on guard. Right. Because of how you grew up and, maybe the area that you're specifically in or the people of, the area, maybe you might have had some fights or some run-ins with some people and all that other type of stuff and, whatnot or whatever. But then you also got the other instance where you got black men that see each other every single day and it ain't no problems. Like where I grew up, it wasn't no type of deal where black dudes were just sitting up here like fighting every single day, like it was on site every day. The block was getting aired out and all this. Nah, everybody was cool. People sitting up there waving, head nod, what's up, all this other type of stuff. It didn't matter who it was. Amazon, UPS, FedEx, the mailman, cable guy, neighbors, some random dude down the street, maybe like a wino or something. It didn't matter who it was. So, I put it as like a 50-50. Third said black American men are the only race of men to beat the American military on its own soil. D Money said, brothers just can't exist. Tippy said, while we're looking at this lady with this dog, because of the caption, Tippy had to do with something that was stated earlier. Renee said, okay, the black American men wanted revenge on white men. Just leave that one for now. Sham said, Tomahawk, I'm done. The steak is massive. About 8 people can eat that steak. OG said, darn, I'm a combat vet, and I like to hear more about that. French Indians, so I kind of know what you mean. They don't do that one-on-one fade. They jump us. Indians with people all over. Lunch said, facts at Seji. Sham said MTV teen pregnancy show, How Ratchet Poor Whites, Duck Dynasty, Honey Boo Boo, and etc. Reality TV shows the truth about white people. Third said white men want revenge on us because we wasn't supposed to be free at all. White men have always lost to us when we fight for freedom and equality. Let me see. Soul said I definitely seen it in Philly. OG said basic plain spit from French Indian. They jumped us over 200 years ago. We've been fighting for our lives ever since. That's what the so-called black man is. We never created our enemies. The money said, never been to a strip club. Sounds like an opportunity for a road trip. This man. Soul said, and never been to a strip club until mid-30s. Yo, Renam, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? You say keep up the great content, brother. Much love, respect, and appreciation. This man Mo said who's driving? That's crazy. It's diabolical. What else we got? Gail says, Seji, you gonna leave D-Town winos alone today? That's crazy. Renam said, don't sleep on the Black American military. Renee said, do you believe Hollywood should stop portraying black people as enslaved individuals and show more of indigenous African stories like Shaka Zulu and etc.? That one is okay. So the problem that we're going to have directly with that one is due to the fact of a variety of narratives that have been given, right? A lot of people have done research, and you can go, what was it, slavevoyage.org, and you can find out how many slave ships made it to the coast of the United States, and how many slaves, quote unquote, from Africa went to the United States, went to the Caribbeans or the islands, and went directly to South America. And the greater majority of, quote unquote, all of those slaves that came from Africa, they went more so to the islands and to South America versus the United States. So within that would, in a sense, mean that the greater majority of black folks are already here. But let history basically tell it, we didn't get here up until the slave ships reached the shore. Right? So, and then, other research that people have done where you look at the names of different areas, like you might have like a Paris, you have an Egypt, you have a Jerusalem, and all this other type of stuff directly there, on top of the fact that within the Grand Canyon, the areas that people can't reach, you have pyramids and different things of the sort there. That's one of another reasons why the Grand Canyons are blocked directly off from human access, because they don't want the general public knowing anything about that, because that would start to break the whole narrative in the story about who was here first and all the other type of stuff. And then we also got the other aspect where you have Africans who are trying to destiny swap with Black Americans. So for me, I would say I would want a different storytelling. Like I said, we can do more cowboy stories directly out here because black men are the original cowboys. We can do a lot more of those and all other types of bass reeves and whatnot or whatever. And like I said, there's a lot of other stories that realistically need to be told about Black Americans. Sham said Hollywood never going to hurt their bottom line like that. OG said we are the oldest, most developed humans on the planet. Everybody loses to us. They're not fast enough and they're not agile enough. They're not crafty enough. We have thousands of years on any other folks. Third said we are not African. OG said, yeah, that won't work at all. I'm not African. There was no slavery, just another white lie. Don't come at me with that. Mo said, yep. If we get a party bus, we can drink and smoke with no worries. OG said Alex Haley wrote Roots and got sued. Turns out Alex Haley was working for CIA and plagiarized a fictional story written by a white man. That's crazy. Gail said that dude that played Shaka Zulu in the 70s. That's crazy. Can't sit up there. Renam said exactly. Sham said this is why someone like Monique and Trey Rag don't make anywhere near as much as their white counterparts. So said Cap. OG said we didn't come from Africa. Martin Luther King said it himself. He's quoted as saying that before the Mayflower landed, we were here. Gail said, excuse me, I'm in the 80s with Shaka Zulu. You're talking about LeVar Burton. Renam said their story will crumble. Renam said, I don't speak for everyone. I just did my DNA test and I'm studying my indigenous ancestry. We're West African. Now, I will sit up there and say this as well, too. There's a clip from some white dude in a lab coat that was on the news, mainstream media, and among some others, they were saying that when it deals with the DNA test, you should take it for entertainment purposes. Now, if you're trying to find close relatives, then that's a little bit different. Like close relatives where you are, that's a little bit different. But the dude was saying, like, when it deals with anything else worldly, you may want to just take it for, entertainment, purposes. But again, people can, take that with a grain of salt and whatnot or whatever. Like I said, whatever journey that people are specifically on, that's the journey that people are on. You know. Let me see. Renam said, yes, we are the original cowboys, like my great grandpa and great grandpa and grandpa. Let's see. Renee said the United States is only 250 years old. My indigenous West African ancestry is 250,000 years older than the U.S. LOL. Yes, Tippy said, y'all know Woody from Toy Story was named after Woodrow Strode, Hollywood's first black cowboy star in what? In Western movies. Gail said, not LeVar Burton. Oh, okay. Well, it's been a minute. So, like I sound specific. The only person I know is LeVar Burton. Reading Rainbow. Sham said, yeah, but they use us older than 250 years. I explain history here if you got the numbers. Oh, okay. Shaka Zulu. I got you. I actually think I caught up to the comments. I did. Sham said the DNA of those people who were here for thousands of years, a lot of genetic lines, was wiped out by white people. OG said the guy is an awesome moderator. I studied radio television journalism at San Jose State University. This guy is pitch perfect, never gets in the mud with the pigs. That's dope. Wait, were you talking about me? I'm confused. My apologies. Renee said, y'all get butthurt whenever one Black American claims their indigenous West African ancestry, warriors, and princesses. Yo, Shooter, what is up? You said on the test, it says for entertainment purposes only. Sham says, so get a DNA test. Doesn't actually say 100% accurate of what you are. What if you're the last of your genetic line and they default it to West Africa because it's closest? Renee said, I don't want to be indigenous American, LOL, with their racist. Fair Use said, in the tomb of Saul's mounds, they found 8 young women buried in copper headdresses and freshwater pearls. Lunch said those DNA tests have been called out as fraud. Renee said Latinos are racist and direct descendants of indigenous Americans. Well, Indians are Siberian. So, we got that directly in there as well too. OG said the United States is a foreign corporation, which is true. That's been in operation for less than 300 years on our soil. They have breached every single treaty we gave them to operate here. Sham said, LOL, I knew it was going to hit someone with the shadow robot. Mo said, as Seji, you see, are 2 brothers who stopped the gunman in Las Vegas. Now, I ain't seen that yet. Oh, okay. Let's see what Gil was saying. But I did forget. We were supposed to finish up on this. Hold on, let me go back to this real quick because I did finally catch up to the comment section because D-Money was like, yo, man, you about like an hour behind.
But Deontay said it a lot better than I did. Or because Deontay's a man, you all will actually listen to him.
Hey, listen, if you've been breeding slaves, after a while, just by their size and weight at birth, you know how big they're gonna be. And you know who their daddy is. Because you bred them. So what they do with these as soon as they come out the womb? Same thing they do with your little child as soon as he come out the motherfucking womb. They get that from around there. These black men have been surrounded by white people their entire life, so they can't even see racism. So when you start talking about racism, well, white folks been good to me. My head coach was white. He like a father to me. You start getting stories like The Blind Side. Your mama on drugs. Your neighborhood, you from the projects. These white folks take you in. They didn't take this in because of the kindness of their heart. They took this in trying to get some of that recruitment money, man. They was working at Plantation 1, 2. That's what they do. Look at this I found. That's going to take a little while. He ain't too smart, but he kind. He don't say too much. He quiet. That's just a biological thing. We know what that mean. Now, if you take that all the way back, you take that back from before they started molding to be athletes to make them billions of dollars and give you millions of dollars, surrounded you by white people, not due to your intelligence, but due to your pure athleticism. They sponsored you, so to speak. You've been branded and sponsored by white people your whole life. The only thing that could have kept you from it if you got it physically is an injury. But you've been surrounded by white people, white children, white men, white women, white coaches, white father figures. Well, you can't see no damn racism when you're surrounded by that.
Until the men stop thinking with their phalluses and focusing only on money, we're not going to be able to get too far.
What? Okay. So let's it's like I said, I get tired of these conversations and then how it becomes a whole thing of like basically what she was trying to say is that black men in the community are holding back the progress and the liberation of the black community because all black men want to sit up there and do is go out there and be with white women or women of other races. Oh my God. This is so tiring. And then the whole thing with what Deontay was sitting up there saying, all I'm hearing directly from his commentary is that the black community don't have the necessary facilities or the knowledge in order to keep their kids in the house. That's all I'm hearing. All I'm hearing is like, hey, well, if black people had, if black people were more productive when it dealt with schools and everything of the sort, then the kids would actually be here. They would be around black people, black men, black women, and the money would be, directly in house and all this other type of stuff. I'm hearing that because what he's not sitting up here stating is that when those black kids get taken directly out of the hood, what he's missing is the fact that these black parents are allowing their child, who specifically got picked, aka sponsored by white people, they're allowing their child to leave the hood because the hood is technically the worst place for them to be. Because, if we're to pay attention, in a lot of instances, if you got a young dude that look like he got some skills and he can really do something, what happens? 9 times out of 10, people get jealous, and that young dude probably going to end up losing his life. Or in certain instances, he going to sit up there and potentially, turn to a life of crime, or he might start getting in gangs, or something is going to sit up there and happen where it's going to jeopardize his potential. So there's multi reasons why he's leaving the hood and he's allowed to be around those white people. And a lot of reason has to do with longevity. That's the other thing that people not sitting up there looking at. A lot of people are focused on the money. It's like, yeah, you could have that same black dude who got all of the skills to run this and run that and all this other type of stuff, and he's making this money, he getting these contracts. If he's staying directly in that exact same area, he's going to run into jealous people somehow, some way. If his life does not end up getting taken, which I've covered before, if his life does not get taken by way of another black man, then his life is going to get taken by way of association of some black woman out here and her association to some black dude who's jealous or who wants to sit up there and take his spot, or who feels that he's better than that dude who got the limelight. He's like, I'm about to sit up there and show everybody like I'm actually better than this dude. Let me sit up there and like pull up on him real quick. Blah, 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 blah. And that's it. I done covered stories like this too many times. Too many times. And it's like whenever people want to have this conversation about black men and wealth and money in the black community, nobody want to sit up there and be honest about how that happens. How somehow, some way, when we end up having these very much gifted kids directly here, and we basically keep them here, right? Something happens. Something always happens. Something always happens every single time. And it's like, I feel like we're at the point where people are like, well, I'd rather them technically like not even be here than to sit up there and even give a chance for like white people to even have that money. I'm like, that's weird. It seems like very selfish and weird. And the main solution that I have for that, like I said before, is if black people would opt to put their kids into black colleges and send them there, it'd be great. And also, if these black colleges, if those parents or if the communities will push those black colleges to have better programs, directly for those kids. So those black colleges, the HBCUs, would be the number one option. Like I said, this whole thing will be shut down real quick if those HBCUs and the communities and whatnot will come together in order to facilitate the money necessary in order to keep those kids there. Because that's all it takes. The reason why a lot of these white colleges get the money that they got is because they got the money from their white communities in order to pull the black athletes there. A lot of those white folks might not even want those black folks there, those black athletes there. But if they know that that's going to win them a championship, if that means that that's going to bring them more notoriety, if that means that that's going to put them more in the limelight and that's going to bring more students from around the world directly to their college campus, they'll be like, you know what? We'll put the racism on hold for this one Negro or for these 5 Negroes. We'll put the racism on hold. We'll be cordial. We'll be with them, not exactly open arms. We'll be open arms with some gloves on, but somebody's arms will be open. We will make it as palatable as possible because we know what it is that they can bring, because we can use them. And while we use them, we'll sit up there and give them a few benefits. And that's what they do. Now, on the flip side, what do we got going with these black colleges? What do these black colleges have to sit up there and offer these young black male athletes? I don't hear or see nothing. It's like the Democratic Party when they sit up there and tell black people to keep voting, keep voting, keep voting. What do you have to offer black people for they vote? Nothing. Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Renam said American black folks is the question at SEIJIHITO. Oh, wait. Let me go back up. My bad. I got tunnel vision. Let me go back up. You said when I was playing NCAA division football, white people would tell you to leave me alone with my tall, beautiful, blonde, blue-eyed girlfriend. Not so much after football. Zutor said Kentucky Derby made me think that some of these women in sports teams look at these black athletes like racehorses, and it's gross. I mean, it'd be like that. You're going to be looking at somebody who bringing in money. Renam said, the brothers I knew took care of their legacy at 100%. Zutor said these white women are cashing in their wombs like lottery tickets with these black athletes. Yep. OG said I'm subscribed. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, OG. Thank you for subscribing. Lunch said the government news is the first time I'm hearing of it. Kudos to the black man who stepped up to the shooter, but you know this isn't the first time that we've seen this. Oh yeah. That's bars. That's bars. Let me see. You said Third said, watch out for the dudes who wear those silly hats. Yo. Yeah, let me see what else we got. Zootorsi University of Alabama, an alum, and etc. Simply tolerate these black folks at their schools, athletes and non-athletes. Fair use said all opportunistic. Yeah. Yep. Third said my vote is for sell roughly 100 trillion for all foundational black Americans. But yeah, like I said before, man, this is why I have a problem with a lot of these conversations, because when it deals with this type of thing, it's always a one-sided thing. The type of like the attitude and the face that she got, she would not have the same energy when it deals with black women and them dating white men. I promise you, she wouldn't have the energy, because that's normally how it goes. Because for whatever reason, again, like I said before, it's never an even playing field. Whenever black men happen to deal with white women or women of other races, it's problematic, and it's bringing down the black race, and we're not going to be able to liberate and do this and to move forward and all this other type of stuff, because black men are holding the black community back. But when it deals with black women getting married directly to white men, somehow, some way, that's liberation. That is freedom. That is progress, and it is everything positive. And those women are doing everything possible in order to move things forward. And they are just the most ultra pro-black women that you will ever see. Matter of fact, they're the most pro-black that you will ever see in the black community. More pro-black than any black man directly out here. Now, mind you, at the same time that you got women out here cheering, black women dating outside of their race, these are also the same types of women who decided to start believing stories of the government when it dealt with them trying to assassinate the character of Martin Luther King by saying that he cheated on Coretta with a white woman. Wild work. Wild work. Crazy work. Directly about here in these streets. Crazy work. Let me see. Ms. Nova said white fathers will sacrifice their daughter for a bag. I went to a PWI and these girls would be courtside with their fathers. Oh yeah. Ms. Nova, let me tell you something. The craziest part is I remember doing a live stream, and I was getting some pushback. And I was specifically stating to the black women that were there that, hey, when it deals with these white girls, like how it is that they happen to get a lot of these black athletes, I'm like, that's because there's a clear cut difference, right? The white girls, they'll sit up there and spend 1,500 or 2,500, whatever it is. They will literally spend money on courtside tickets to be directly on almost the floor with the athletes. I'm talking about they're so close that they can pass him a towel and a drink. They can literally pass him a phone so he can put in his number. That's how close they are. Now, when I sit up there and look at courtside and I see black girls, they're not that close. They almost in like the middle to like some nosebleed type sections. They are not serious about trying to be seen, trying to be heard, trying to whisper directly into like one of these NBA player ears or nothing. They ain't trying to do that. Now in the reverse though, what they will do is though that 15 to that 2,500. They'll sit up there and spend that on a brand new wig, though. They'll spend that on some red bottoms. They'll spend that on some fashion, right? They'll do all of that to sit up there and look nice, but they're not about to invest that type of money in order to be right next to the NBA player that just is brand new to the team and got a $30 million contract and he don't got no fans yet. She ain't going to sit up there and do that so that she can be seen as the number one fan with his jersey on, with a mug or whatever other, type of stuff. Maybe she might have made some home. She ain't trying to do none of that. Like I said, the greatest thing I remember from one of the video games that I would sit up there and play was called Elseworld. It was a little not a golem. It was a little orc. No, was it a troll? I forgot what it was, but he would always, whenever it would ring about like 12 o'clock, 3, or like maybe 7:30, he said it takes money to make money. right? So you got to sit up there and invest in order to get something back in return. And a lot of those white girls, whenever you watch these sports games, those white girls are at the front. They are paying top dollar. So every single time that any of those black players are looking into the crowd, they're the first ones that they see because they're going to notice that front row. They're going to notice that front row, and the white girls know that every single time. For whatever reason, though, those black girls ain't trying to sit up there and get those tickets. Beyond me. But then those be the same ones sitting up there complaining on those black athletes. They always dating Becky's and white girls. They never want to sit up there and be with us. You ain't putting in effort. They ain't putting in effort. You know? OG said, I think it's because basketball players travel more than football players, meaning they have more exposure to women. Go for a football player, but if you're really smart, go for a soccer player. Tippy said, no, it's not. She's the problem too. OG. What was I about to say? Oh man, I swear I was about to start rapping. OG said, did you know that they also killed Martin Luther King's brother and his mother? True spit. They killed Martin Luther King's mother trying to shoot Coretta in the church, and that's an American. That's crazy. Zeus said, I would feel better giving my money to a black woman and my black child if the marriage didn't work out. A lot of these white families stalk these black men in as early as junior high to marry their daughters. I mean, like I said, they got the intent. They out there hunting. I mean, like I said, you need to have black women out there with their daughters with the exact same intent. Like I said, if people really want the money to sit up there and be into the community, you got to sit up there and hunt like the hunters. Like that's the best way to sit up there and put it. Like I said, if people just like sit idly by crying directly online about the situation and you're not trying to be a solution to what you deem to be a problem, then it's like it makes no sense to sit up there and complain. Like again, like this woman here with this smug face that she got directly on the screen. Like I said, she ain't trying to be a solution. She just uses as another avenue to sit up there and talk bad about black men. That's all it was. Like I said, that's all I got specifically from it. She didn't list no type of solutions up in here at all. She just said like, "Oh, black men, you're giving away your wealth. Oh, black men, you only want white women. Oh, black men, you guys are the problem because you keep doing the exact same thing. You're too dumb to sit up and realize what's happening. Oh, black men, the reason that we can't move forward as a community is because you're holding us back." Like I said, for me, my point of view, being a black man, that's all I got directly from her. She didn't list no solutions. Nothing. All she did was list problems and she pointed the finger to blame. That's it. But it's like women want the money to stay into the community, but you got women not willing to put in the time and the effort in order to keep the money in the community. Like that's crazy. Like that is wild work. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people, just because you black don't automatically mean that somebody is going to be interested to date you. Like it has to be more than that. Like it has to be more than that. If black men just can't show up to a black woman and be like, "Hey, I'm a black man, date me." No. You're getting laughed. You getting laughed at. It's not happening, brother. It's not happening. And the same thing in reverse. You can't be a black woman just showing up and be like, "Oh, I'm a black woman, date me. See me, date me." No. Like what else is there? There has to be more there. OG said, until you know who you are, you will never know the truth. You are treated like an American Indian, but you think that you're black. Go ahead and keep living and find out. Gail said, Coretta could have solved this easy if the rumors about Martin Luther King is true. Simply cheat with a Caucasian male. I mean, if Coretta did decide to do that, that would, in a sense, be a downgrade. Because for at least during that time, Martin Luther King, he was a name that was known all over the United States. Whoever that she would be with, it would not even be of equal. That would, in a sense, be like a woman deciding to cheat on Michael Jackson. It's like you would have had to lose your mind. I'm like, are you who would you even be able? It wouldn't even make sense. The math wouldn't even be mathing. I'm just saying. OG said the United States government is hard on so-called black people that they were American Indians. Don't be stupid. You can do the math and realize who we are. Figure said we've all drank the Kool-Aid in some form, fashion, once upon a time. Now we are realists. Renam said, of course, some of these wild-minded folks would draft their legacy for a bag of office or anything or a big bag. Third said, we've seen pictures of white women caught on camera winking and hiking up their dresses 2 more inches when they're 20 feet away during time out. Oh, yeah. Zutor said these white families literally are looking at these black boys as young as 13 years old. OG said basketball was invented by the Aztecs, Indians. White folks will tell you some. They spent dude invented Aztec technicians, run all the way up to the Mississippi where they were. Tippy said, because the white girls come from rich families and a lot of black men don't. Renam said that we forget about the cases of the churches with the youth. Sham said, I don't know. I kind of don't care. My odds of dating a basketball player is slim, given I live in Wisconsin and not that many tall men live here. Let me see. Gail says he thinks she's attractive. That's why he's still on this. No, I don't like folks who automatically come at black men crazy. Because I'm like, if, like I said, I tapped in and told people before, a woman can be attractive as all get out, but the moment in time that you open your mouth and you start talking crazy, I'm like, yeah, nah, this attraction is done. I'm like, I can't do, I'm good. I'm good. Because like I said, this woman, she got like this type of attitude on camera, and there's not a black man in sight. I can only imagine how she would be acting in the type of sarcasm and comments that would come out of her mouth if a black man was in the area that she was talking. No, I don't got no time for that. I'd rather play video games. Sorry. Third said she want money to stay in the community, but she will spend your money in Asian hair stores and shop. Yeah, that's the other crazy part too. It's like, how can we actually have money? Like, somebody has to answer that question, right? So, like Third said, it's like, all right, you got black women that want the money to stay into the community. Okay, cool, fine, I'm with you on that, right? But then you spend it with the Koreans and the Chinese, and then you decide to go out there and get like a Mercedes. That's not black American. You go out there and get like a Benz, Mercedes Benz, same thing. Range Rover. That's not black American. You get some red bottoms. That's not black American. You get some Louis, and that's not, none of those things are black American. So the money would be going to a black woman, but the black woman be spending that money with everybody else. Like, it don't make sense. It don't make sense. Let me see. Renee said, I love my handsome black king mindsets. Take heed to the message, the words. OG said, never forget that the first indigenous people were us, so-called black women gave birth to the first humans. That's why they can talk their ish, but I don't have to listen to it. Fair You said, television tells lies to your vision. Go read the War Atlas in your state first. Tippy said, I want to stay at home, be a housewife, bake cookies and cakes. Men should lead. I'll follow. Who's signing up? Oh yeah, Gail been teasing me for years now. Soon enough, I'll be able to say that Gail has been doing this for 10 years. That's the crazy part. Mogo said you thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. I got you anytime, brother. Anytime. OG said whoever in the relationship has the most money is the prize. He said, even when I was a hardcore gangster, they taught us to have a woman with a good credit. Now I have it. Renam said, a stoic man with a king mindset will never tolerate nonsense. Yes, true. That's 100% bars. But yeah, like I said, it's tough out here. It is tough. I was actually waiting to see if we would potentially have some more people actually talk about it. I mean, there were a few other videos, but I didn't want to specifically put that up. Oh, she's going over the Shanae part. Wait, did I put all the videos up? Let me see, because the black girl up there with the headband did. I don't think. Let me see. I'm not sure. Let me just make sure real quick. Okay, we got that one. I think I missed that one. That's wild. I think I missed that one. Let me see some. Let me play that clip real quick. Having trouble playing the video. Please refresh. I think I might have skipped hers. I think there's probably a reason. Like I said before, the craziest part is, and I'm sitting up here scrolling through. Wait, how to bag a chocolate athlete till as old as time. Yeah, it's like this is like the craziest part is normally you would see responses from fields of folks, and the most that you got up here, you got a few black dudes, and the rest that you have up here are uh, black women giving responses to the whole situation. Like I said, a lot of very interesting think pieces, so to say. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. Like I said, I don't happen to see the same energy in reverse directly at all. Like I said, things for me, I feel like things should be even. Just a bit, just balance it out. Miss Nova said, you said my soup mate in undergrad was dating a black athlete. Her father sat her down and showed her that there's still a limit to where that man could take her. She married a white business billionaire, by the way. Hmm. It be like that. Sham said, I don't want to be a housewife. I work. Sham said, plus I own my own house. Mo said, you got to play the news clip of the brothers in Las Vegas that stopped the Latino guy. OG said, plus the thing, basketball players didn't expect that much energy. I never came off the field. Basketball players subbed out. Football players is dead tired at the end of the night. Basketball players, and they still have enough energy to cheat. That's crazy. That's wild. That is wild as well. All right, let me see something real quick. Just make sure to save that. What's the name of Chud the Builder? Let me go through here and see something real quick. Yeah, that was Tyler. All right, let me see. What was it? What did I say? Vegas shooter? Uh oh well, see, I can't. I would need like a news clip. Boy. All right, let me just make sure. All right. At first, I'm looking at this dude. I'm like, I feel like this is an older version of Kendrick. I feel like that's what I'm looking at. All right, so let me play this clip. Can't play the other clip because there's a little bit of physicalness directly there, and YouTube gets a little bit funny. When you show off stuff. So we'll look directly at this one.
For some reason, one of the employees, a lady that works there, that I didn't even know who she was in a gray shirt, she yelled out, "There's a shooter." So while she yells out, "There's a shooter," I don't know what happened. I just walked over there towards him. He pulled out his gun. We're wrestling for the gun. I'm trying to keep it from pointing to me. He's trying to point it this way, point it that way. So as I grab the gun, we fall to the ground, and that's when I'm like, "Help, help." So I'm pulling the gun away from him. That's when he comes over, hits him, strikes him, keeps him on the ground. I move all the weapons and pull him away from him. I didn't even know until after I pulled the bag of weapons away from him. He had other weapons in the
Yes, sir. Yep.
in his backpack.
That's dope. I have to do a solo. I'm sitting up here looking at the other videos there. Oh, that's crazy. Then I just found, so supposedly Chud the builder allegedly shot a man who tried to attack him and accidentally grazed himself during the incident. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? Montgomery County Sheriff's Office and Clarksville Police Department have responded to a shots fired incident in front of Montgomery County Courthouse. The scene is secured and there is no danger to the public. Both law enforcement agencies are on the scene. This will be investigated by the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. No additional information will be released. Oh, look at that. Just looking at one shooting to find information about another. Let me see. Shot a man who's being attacked and grazed himself. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. That's crazy. Oh, got another angle of the Vegas shooter. It's another picture right there of him handcuffed. So yeah, I have a solo video. Up is gonna take me a minute because I gotta, put some stuff together to make sure. Let me see. It's another angle right there. See, I got quite a few things. Wait, my bad. Sitting up here going to background. Went to my default setting, sitting up there going through information. Third said, but black men don't protect. Vendetta Avenger said, Chud the builder shot a black man. Well, we will see because they didn't specifically say who it was. They didn't specifically say. Like I said, I got the other video where he's looking a little bit distraught because he ain't about to be doing the same thing that he's used to sitting up here doing. Let me see something. Let me just listen to this real quick. If I can actually, this is too low. I can't even hear it. Okay. Well, no. I already got it on the what's the name. So let me just do that because I cannot even hear. I might have to. Matter of fact, because it's him, I'm going to probably have to listen to it off stream because this dude is known for sitting up there just like saying some crazy stuff. But the top part that somebody posted said the FBI is telling Chud the Builder some real stuff that he needs to take heed to, stand down, stop harassing Black Americans, and everything that comes directly with it. I'm not too shocked. Like I said, then you got the white boys in the comment section tweaking out and whatnot. Like I said, I'm not surprised. Like I said, people gonna learn. What was it? Gail said how he got a pew pew at the courthouse. From at least what I was able to see from the picture, they were out. Well, he was outside the courthouse. I don't know about the other person. Vanetta said, I think you can store a gun in a lockbox at the courthouse. I saw a video of a black man saving his mother from a burning building. Another video of a black dude saving a white girl from and etc. A lot of black men do protect. Third said that remind me of the two brother clip from Rick and Morty. Sham said FBI questioned him. It meant he probably took somebody's life. Sham said he then caused someone to go missing and he was in the area at the time. Sham said the FBI ain't coming out to arrest him for just his words. It means that his words are leading to a case that they got. Yeah, usually when it deals with like the coming out of court, it says he shot a black man. Yeah. Usually if the FBI or the government is showing up, just like when the rappers or whatnot are talking about RICO charges, whatever it is, the government shows up when they got all the information that they needed. Like they've been studying and watching you for years, like months, for years. Like they got a nice, what would it be called, like a dossier or whatever on you, and they can go day by day. They can go hour by hour, minute by minute. They can show you pictures, they can show you transactions, they can show you everything. So it's like you know it's a done deal. So like I said, I guess when it deals with that, I might have to sit up there and let me just sit up there and type that in. I'm very much interested. I'm shocked that it's not moving quicker. Yep, allegedly tried to build a shot a man who tried to attack him. Accidentally, Grace Southern process is currently unclear whether the other person survived. Chad is currently talking to the police. But it's like, how do you sit up there and basically almost take yourself out? Like, how stupid do you have to be? Like, this is just ridiculous. Like, I find it funny. Like, I could sit up there and see them putting him on like the Chud the Builder on like the stretcher and whatnot. But then when it deals with the person that I guess he's supposedly wounded, it's like you don't see nothing. So it's like from what I can see from one of the pictures, like, yeah, they had to open up his suit jacket because it looks like it went through the suit jacket to his arm. Like, how do you do that? Like, that just makes no sense. That just, like I said, I don't know. But I'm not too surprised. Like I said, I'm not too surprised that this happened. It's crazy. I could see some people like footage, but it's like they don't got footage of nothing else. Yeah, like I said, it's crazy. That is diabolical. What was it? Let me see. Walking towards. Well, Renam said, "I'm walking towards who? Baby, I'm running away. Get out of here." Renam said, "No sound." Sham said, "Yeah, coming out of the courthouse." Said, Thanks a third. I mean, the brothers in the clip. And then they said there were two black gentlemen laughing at Chud. Chud goes up to them and says some stuff. He walks away. The dude allegedly attacks him. Chud shoots him in the stomach. Oh, that's crazy. Well, said probably pulled it out with his finger on the trigger. Gail said, let's not mention Chud's name back in the day. Mentions used to be an honorable. Now it's money. Sham said him dressing like a fairy is wild. Hey, like I said, people do what they do. It's not even just dressing up as a fairy that's wild. It was the black girl that sat up there and came out and she was up there talking about it. Was like, hey, yeah, this is what you used to have been doing, da da da. And I'm like, yo, like it just went left. It went all the way left. I'm like, man, that's crazy. I'm assuming we all heard about Jordan Black Girl questionable activities. Yep. Mo said, yep. Yeah, everything that Mo just wrote directly down there. I know. Jam said, it's always the claws of the ones that have the super villain art. Yep. It be like that. The highly questionable ones do want to sit up there and be ultra aggressive, but you wasn't ultra aggressive with that black woman. In that room, man, there's some crazy words, diabolical nature, but be like that. But yeah, y'all, that's pretty much it. That is pretty much it. We've been going for about 4 hours and 17 minutes. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Also, shout out, much love and respect to any and everybody that pulled directly up to the scene, that ended up hitting that like button, being a part of the conversation. Shout out to any of the new subscribers. Shout out to all of the members. Shout out to my wonderful moderators doing the Lord's work every single day, both seen and unseen. Thank y'all for staying with me for the longest time possible, being here for years and going to be here for many more years. Shout out to anybody that threw donations directly into the chat, any type of super chats or what is it called? Rubies, or something like that. Whatever the currency they got up there for the verticals on on YouTube. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Again, shout out to the members. Shout out to any of the patrons, and also shout out again to the person who picked up one of the shirts, the long sleeve. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Gail said, dude with the hat reminds me of Omar from The Wire. Oh, yeah. From the side, I kid you not, from the side, you would think that'd be like an older Kendrick. Tippy said the next video. It ain't no next video, Tippy. Tippy said, well, he's getting the viral reaction he always wanted. Yep. Infinite 1972. What is up? You said, I loved every minute of this stream. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Third said, going to watch some TNT reruns. You know what? I ain't seen TNT in a minute. Let me tell you. Renam said, thank you, Seji, and stay blessed up. Will do, and you too as well. Gail said, peace and love. Third said, maybe my secret identity. LOL, this man. Renam said, love to all of the mods and everybody in chat. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to all of you guys. I will have a video because I actually got it directly up there. I didn't put it up there yet. I do got a video up there for y'all dealing with the Hunter or the Hanta, whatever, the H virus. I'm about to just sit up there and start talking like Resident Evil. like the H strain or something like that. We got the T virus and the G virus. We got the H virus, right? So I got a video dealing with that. I'll probably post that. What time is this? About like 4-8. I'll let that go. Let me go back here real quick. I'll put that on for about like 4:30. That's what I'll do. I think that'll make more sense, because that way it'll give this time to basically rest for a minute, because I want to make sure that this video actually get posted, versus trying to put it right after the live stream, because usually it's weird, because like however this basically uploads on YouTube, it'll just do something completely different. Like I can put the video up now, but then if this live stream gets done uploading to YouTube, the live stream would be over the actual video, which is stupid. So, that's what I do. Also, shout out to those who pulled up to watch the previous video that I posted for you guys. Much love, respect, and appreciation. We got a nice 113 comments, directly up on there. Much love, much love, much love. But yeah, any and everything that y'all probably saw directly in the stream, I will make sure to put this in a single form video, so you don't have to sit up there and sit through 4 hours and 21 minutes, in order to get the full context, of the video and different things of that sort. So yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation, and I'll see you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.